All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the day where we can finally begin the stream for day 2 of Coolbet Open Tallinn here in Hilton Hotel and Casino. My name is Christian Laas and I am joined by Stig Moen.
Ah, that's perfect,
That
Christian. Yeah,
all
yeah,
right.
that was great.
Uh,
Perfect pronunciation, and we are gonna have a little trouble with the pronunciations today, or at least you are. With the
At least I am. I feel like you're going to be in advantage at our feature table, which we are going to share with you in a couple of minutes, since, as I heard, we have 6 Norwegian players at the feature table. Let me tell you a little bit about the tournament. We had 652 entries to this tournament, and out of those 652 entries, 302 players made it to day 2. We are in between our... We are playing level 15 now, meaning that out of those 302 players who made it into day 2, approximately 140 still remain, 79 of which will get into the money. Mean cash for this tournament is a bit more than €1,000, and a winner will take home 65,700 euros. We generated a prize pool of more than 300,000 euros. For a 550 euro buy-in, that is quite nice. 312,960 euros to be exact. A little off from the record-breaking 2019 Coolbet Open, which was held in 2019 November, where we had 686, but not a bad comeback.
No, it was really good, and I mean, this time it kind of crashes with Scoop. So
Yeah.
I think a lot of the pros aren't here that usually plays it like in the fall of 2019. So maybe if it wasn't Scoop, we'd get a higher count.
Of course, the Scoop, and I mean, people have been getting used to just staying at home in their underwear for 2 years, and I mean, it takes a lot for people to finally get clothes, buy plane tickets, and I'm very happy with the outcome we did have, and we had quite a lot of re-entries as well. So I mean, nothing to worry about here. I mean, the first place takes home more than 65,000 euros. This is gonna be a massive payday, especially for the prize pool or for the buy-in.
And the main event is one thing, but also the side events have been amazing. I've been here since Monday. I've gotten to play a lot of tournaments, and there are still a lot of tournaments left to play. So if you're either here in Estonia or wherever you are, get a flight down. And there's plenty of nice tournaments that you can actually jump into.
Yeah, definitely. Our friends from Finland or Sweden, they can just hop on a ferry and get here if they want to. From Norway, Iceland, we have a straight plane ride, so just 1 hour plane ride and you're here. And one thing about Tallinn and Estonia is our airport is super near to the city. It's a 2-minute drive from the airport to the city central. And we hop right into the action, and we see there is a race from Pocket Kings from Ericsson. And it's Ringstad who is calling from the cutoff with ace-2 suited. What do you think about the call with ace-2s? Do you think, would you rather fold it or maybe even use it as a 3-bet some of the time?
Yeah, no, well, I think if I was to play it, but it's in the cutoff, it wasn't on a button.
It's a cutoff call against against the under-the-gun race.
I see the graphics says that, but well, doesn't matter. It's like you can 3-bet fine, and here he would probably get the answer he's looking for if he was looking for an answer. But still, now we get to see a flop, and he flops bottom pair against Ericsson, who continues.
Yeah, the blind levels are 2,000, 4,000 with a big blind ante of another 4,000. So, I mean, Pocket Kings are playing 20 big blinds deep, and they instantly shove all in on the flop. And, I mean, if I have the ace-2s now with the backdoor clubs, and it kind of feels fishy for me. I know that you're gonna see a lot of overpairs, but usually overpairs, they kind of want to get some value. I would have liked to see a bet something like 10, 15,000, and I'm sure that the ace-2s would have at least called once.
They might have some history as well. I know Ringstad in the picture here. He's kind of he's a really good player, but he can be tough to play against. He does some unconventional things that sometimes you might not expect. So that might be why Ericsson does what he does here.
And Ringstad does find the fold. Gets away from his pair of deuces, and a nice fold from him, but maybe a little bit of missed value from the kings there from Ericsson.
Yeah, and at the same time, you were asking about the call from Ringstad. He has players behind, but if he were to 3-bet there, he'd, probably he knows he has to 3-bet fold, and it's kind of like you were Eriksson had like a 20 big blind stack, like you said, and I think. Well, maybe I would actually have let it go against Eriksson's stack size.
Yes, I agree with that, and I think you were correct that it was a call from the button instead.
Yeah.
Because we saw C3 raise from under the gun, and he's now on the big blind, so it must have been a call from the button instead. I mean, I don't mind to call. I really do love hands like Ace Deuce suited, Ace Deuce to Ace 5 suited. They're very powerful hands. Like, for example, against kings, they have 37%. I mean, it's a crazy amount of equity you have.
But only if the stacks are bigger effective.
Yes,
yeah.
I agree with that as well. And probably against the short stack, or, I mean, the average stack of the tournament is 154,000, so we're playing pretty deep still. Average stack is 45 big blinds deep, but your opponent only has 20 bigs opening from the from under the gun. I mean, I'd rather not play too many flops with Ace Deuces and try to either 3-bet fold or just get away from it. That's my strategy for it. But we see a large stack for Junberg Persent here.
Yeah, he's coming with almost 400,000. He's one of the biggest stacks in the tournament right now. He's also Norwegian I had the pleasure to play with earlier this week. Very nice guy, very capable player. I think he, out of these players, well, together with Kostitskis, which we have in seat 7, I think he's one of the players that has the most like kind of modern approach to poker. At least that was the opinion I got when I was at his table in the side event.
But let's get through this one really quick. I said Junberg Persent.
Yeah.
That is super butchered. I already know. How do you how's the real pronunciation for Junberg Persent?
I think he did well, and that might be it because Persent, as we would say in Norwegian, that's not a Norwegian name. It's actually like more like you said, la person. Or
Yeah.
no, but, so I'm not really sure. But the first two you're spot on. Kind of. It's like it's hard with an accent. I have problems with Estonian names as well. You know, some of them. So it's always like, but it doesn't really matter as long as we understand who they are. So. Let's go with John or Jon.
Let's go with John, yeah. Or John. We are live at YouTube, so if you want to join in the action, if you want to say something, if you want to commentate, join us. Find the Coolbet channel from YouTube. Might as well go ahead and subscribe. It's free, and you get all the Coolbet stuff that's coming in there at all times. By the way, I want to get over that as well, that we have a free roll for you guys, and it is a juicy one. We are gonna give away 500 euros worth of tickets over at Coolbet Poker, and to join in you need to use the password Norway, capital letter N, Norway, and join in. It's just for our viewers, and Coolbet is giving away a lot of awesome stuff, like, for example, for today, you want to play some slots maybe. While watching the stream, you get 20 free spins at Book of Dead by using the promo code COOLBOOK. So just for free, you don't need to pay for it or anything. It's just a gift from Coolbet. And Coolbet has been very friendly for our stream viewers, to be fair. Daniel Strand says, watch out for Sverre Rudning. If he gets a stack, he's going to abuse. Sverre...
Yeah, well, last time I saw Sverre, he had a stack, so he's probably abusing right now. Not on the feature table, but up on the second floor, I think he's abusing someone. Here we saw just a battle of the blind slim pot. I mean, Eriksson, he got a trips on the flop, so... didn't really get much from Leppalahti, who I've been... no, on the way around. Leppalahti got the trips. Was that my Finnish pronunciation good there?
Leppalahti is perfect.
Yeah,
Leppalahti is perfect. Finnish and Estonian is kind of similar, but the difference is Estonians would say Leppalahti.
Yeah.
But in Finnish it's a Leppalahti. So it's a kind of like more flowing language in Finland.
Yeah, a little rounder maybe.
Yeah, very much. Everything is pronounced a bit softer.
Yeah.
It's Paulius Kostic's, who we've seen from previous days as well. He's been a frequent member of our featured table thus far. I think we saw him on day 1A as well as day 1B, and he has built himself a stack worth 300,000, which is very healthy stack at this point of the tournament.
I saw he had a lot of cashes back in Lithuania, and some pretty big ones as well. I mean, for an amateur player, which I
assume
think
most of the field is.
Yeah, I think so. But he's one of the really good amateur players. Like, yeah.
The thing with the live tournaments, you never know who is an online beast or a crusher. There might be someone who's making hundreds of thousands or even millions online, and they just want to come and have a good time, maybe get some practice in before big tournaments. And yeah, I've seen so many players with under 20k scores live total who are just huge online, and they just don't feel, haven't played too much live just yet, or just trying to get into that live poker scene, which I do enjoy immensely myself.
This could be a big one with the right flop, because it's Kostitskis with pocket nines and sixes for percent, and I mean Kostitskis. That's oh, sorry, you can do it.
Yeah, Kostitskis.
But he has a big stack, even though percent has a lot more, and the 9 and flop, well, 2 overcards to percent's pair, so he might be able to get off this one.
He does flop the set, but I think against the small bet, which it seems like it's 7.5, so approximately 1/3 of the pot size. I mean, percent might just peel one off here and see what develops on a turn, especially both of them having a big stack.
Yeah, he should peel a card here. A fold is out of the question.
So he does make the call, and percent really does not want to see a 6 on the turn. But let's see. I mean, the ace of clubs should seal the deal. I mean, unless percent really wants to turn his 6s into a bluff, which he probably shouldn't against an under-the-gun raise. I mean, the ace is just too much better for under-the-gun range than it is for the big blind caller. So, I mean, it should just go check, bet, fold here. But we've seen crazier stuff happen. But the thing is, I mean, percent probably is going to raise, obviously is going to raise all the aces and queens pre-flop. Most likely 9s, but may not. And ace queens, most of them, at least suited ace queens. So I mean, Paulius just has Kostitskis has huge range advantage here. He has all the top sets. He has all the strong 2 pairs.
Yeah, now so he goes big. It looks like.
Yeah, it's not a good spot for John percent.
Kostitskis is hoping that percent had an ace and maybe even 2 pair now.
Exactly, and
so
now
it's like
he's caught up.
Yeah, it's going for value here, a big value.
That is a massive overbet.
Yeah,
just hoping that percent maybe has something like an ace 9, ace 2s here. Or just tries to. I kind of like it, and I'm thinking that Paulius Kostitskis is going to use that card as a bluff fairly often as well, with something like King 10, King Jack. And I like the large sizing there, because you really put your opponent's queens in a tough spot there.
Yeah, but he's kind of. Well, as a bluff, it's like when, like you said, he opened from early position, and when the ace comes, it's a card he can rep, of course, but it's also a card that is very likely that he has. So it's, I mean, maybe, I think you have to be so lucky. Like, say if percent had flopped a set of 6s, that's kind of the hands you get paid from. I mean, not even 2 pair with a queen 9, because could basically be up against ace queen, and then to call like 52. I think maybe
something like queen 9 probably isn't folding to a turn bet though.
No, but if you bet smaller, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. But I'm guessing he's just protecting his bluffs there by betting large there. Yeah. But that you never know, actually.
Yeah, but that's kind of interesting, because I've talked a little bit about this before. How important is it to balance when you sit at a table in a tournament like this, where you actually might get moved, people get knocked out, off and on? How important is it to balance?
The thing is, I don't think it is that important in a live setting or in a setting where at most you get 100 hands with somebody at one table. I agree it's mostly more important to exploit and not balance. But it's something that I totally and fully agree with you there, that people tend to overbalance a bit in a specific situation. I mean, you really want to do it against strong regulars, and that is a bad flop for nines because it's looking pretty safe for lines. But I still expect a fairly small c-bet from Espen Ringstad there.
Yeah, and he raised to 9k, got called by Lepalahti.
Espen probably sometimes checks this if he has the ace of clubs, but without the ace of clubs, he's gonna want to bet not too large here. He goes a bit under the half a pot, so
it's been
don't
a 9.
mind it.
Yeah, it's been a 9 folded as well, so it's like one card for Lepalahti to hit here.
Just the 9 of diamonds or the running straight cards.
Yeah, of course.
Gets the call from Lepalahti. There's already 52,000, so this is kind of turning into a river shove situation here. 6 of hearts, another safeguard because Lepalahti probably doesn't have too many sixes that is calling a raise there with. So, I mean...
Oh, he checked his aces?
Which I don't mind as well. Kind of thinking that maybe he most likely gets two streets of value, so makes it look a little... I mean, he's either way ahead or way behind at this point in the hand. Of course, there are 2 flush draws on the board, but still... If his opponent has something like a pair of 7s, pair of 5, 2s to 5s, they want to bluff. So here your opponent chance to bluff or try and value bet. Or if they have something like 10-9, they're throwing very thin. So I really like the check.
But what do you do now if you are Ringstad? Now he gave away the initiative. He's up against a bet of 30k. Do you jam over?
It seems like he's going to go all in and just go with the hand, try to protect against flush draws. I personally would not mind a check call at all and just go on check call mode because you're gonna get called by 8 or 6 anyway, so might as well keep your opponent bluffing in case your opponent had something like 10, I mean something like a 10 jack of hearts definitely is calling a flop for a small bet there. 9-10 for sure. So we'll see. Anyway, it's not looking good for nines here, but Ringstad is looking very strong with the check raise all in there. I mean, most of the people with a naked ace high are never gonna do it. Most of the people, I mean, the only hand you're beating that might do it is pocket 7s. Like if you really construct a hand open here. So of course there are some draws here. He could do it with a king queen of clubs. He could do it with some sort of a 2 overcards and a drawing hand. People don't tend to do it that often.
He's putting the fin to the test now, Ringstad.
Gappa wants to know how many players still remaining. It is approximately 130 players out of 79 of which will get in the money. We are going to play down to 2 or 3 tables today, depending on how fast the pace is. And I love the fact that Lepalahti hasn't just called. You know, a lot of the time we see people having the overpairs and just think, all right, I'm getting a good price, I have an overpair, I guess I have to call here. But he really needs to figure out what his opponent's range is, and it's looking very strong.
But I know one thing. When they came into day 2, Ringstad had more than 400,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had a big stack, and he's like I said, he's a real active player who does a lot of unconventional things. And I suspect that Lepalahti has been playing with Ringstad for, at least 3 hours now, and Ringstad has lost a lot of that big stack that he had into day 2. So this might be why he's like, I think he's considering calling maybe against another player he would have folded already.
Knowing that, I really wouldn't have blamed Lepalahti if he called then. If Ringstad has played out approximately 300,000 in chips, then it might mean he might be way looser than average.
Yeah.
But you never know how he lost his chips. You never know if it was just a regular ace-king against queens type of situation against another large stacker.
Could be.
As it is, the aces take this one down, and I'm pretty sure even Ringstad doesn't mind too much taking down this big pot without ever being at risk there. So he does add approximately 50,000 to his stack, so good hand for him.
It says 132 players or 122?
It's either 100 or 22 or 32. Yeah,
Yeah.
I really don't see
So,
that.
so it's like you were close if it's 132. If it's 122, we lost a lot of players just a few minutes
Yes.
since the last break in the tournament.
And it seems like the players are falling quite fast, nevertheless. So we are kind of getting near that bubble, near bubble area of a tournament where the pace might fall down a little bit, and where the big stacks, it's their obligation and duty to start taking advantage of the situation of some of the middling and smaller stacks who really have the most to lose by busting out, especially the middle stacks.
I saw that there was actually a lot of players who bought into day two because you could buy in for the first level
Yes.
of day two, and even more than I actually expected to see, but there were a lot. And those players came in with approximately 18 big blinds. And that kind of, if you have a big stack, you have to be aware of those stacks as well, because that kind of limits you a little bit to what you can
Yes.
do. You can't really, open from early position with a couple of those stacks because you never know what they're going to do. Or you can't open with a speculative hand that you have to fold to a counter. So.
Definitely, and if you have those short stacks, because those short stacks, they're gonna need to make something happen anyway. They are not the ones who have too much to lose in a situation because they cannot fold to the money. So they are kind of there to keep the big stacks honest, in a sense, and.
But like we see at this table now, it's very possible to use your stack because you have a lot of these middling stacks who are.
I do expect percent to put the stack to use. I mean, it's 41 players. It looks like 41 players still the money. Obviously, we're still quite far away, but I mean, out of 650 something entries, it's just 40 more people to bust out, and you at least guarantee yourself a flag in that hand and mob listing, and as well as more than 1,000 euros. And sometimes that 1,000 euros can make a difference of a successful trip, or I mean, 1,000 euros is 1,000 euros. It's
And you talked about the flag. There are quite a few players at this table who don't yet have an Estonian flag on hand and mob. We haven't really talked about it, but we have Marte Starten Lyngvær in seat 1, and we'll get back to her. She does not have an Estonian flag as of yet, but it would surprise me if she gets one in this tournament.
Yeah, she's doing great thus far, and she's on her way to that. And that is something that a lot of poker players love to do. They go kind of like flag hunting. When we talk about flag hunting, there is a poker site called the Hand and Mob that tracks your results worldwide, and the more flags you get, it's kind of like a prestige thing, and also, I mean, it's just a cool thing to have, to travel around the world and have something to show for it. We have a new player at the table as well, Dmitry Dudakov from Estonia, joining us a couple hands ago. We haven't had a chance to introduce him, but he's sitting at seat number 7, and it's Esper Ringstad with pocket queens facing a raise from Junper Percent, and I was expecting Junper Percent to raise hands like that, and I do like to raise.
Oh, he just jams it all in there.
I mean, now I understand how Espen Ringstad might have this roller coaster of a ride of a tournament.
It's like 30 big blinds just jam.
Yes, even 40 big blinds just snap.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
In.
No,
Yeah.
is it 40?
Yes, it's blinds are 2,000, 4,000 still.
Oh, no, I think they went up, at least the...
I think the blinds are going to go up in 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
So we're still playing 2 and 4.
Okay, I see. Thought it just said 255, but no, we're still 2 and 4. You're right. So it's even more, yeah. And I mean, percentages took a little bit of time not to.
I mean, it's kind of close. I mean, if Ringstad had something like 30 big blinds, I really would not mind the shove against the big stack, because at the same, you still do not want to play too many pots against the chip leader, the one player who can bust you in a near bubble situation. So you kind of want to take your equity where you can. Probably queens are a bit too strong to do
I
it
think
with,
so.
but
That's what I mean.
You still want to add some chips as well and put yourself in profitable situations.
And you could get called by under pairs if you're kind of lucky enough to be up against some of those. Well, we see actually Con Eriksson has the shortest stack at the table, but like we said, none of the players are really that short. So this is
the shortest stack is more than 20 big blinds, so still plenty of playing room. I mean, in a late stages of a tournament, 20 big blinds is is heaps.
Yeah.
So you can face that situation as you were late in a tournament, which they kind of already are. So 20 big blinds. You still have a chance to 3-bet fold because nobody's raising to 3 big blinds anymore at this stage of a tournament.
Look, this is getting hit by the deck. What has it done? Let's slip the 15-0 to the dealer or something? What is this?
That is crazy.
Aces, queens, and now kings for Ringstad.
And Ringstad.
Aces from Lyngvar.
We did not have to wait long to see the sickest pre-flop cooler.
And he's just jammed it all in there after
time.
percent raised. He did it again against percent, and now.
And that is something. I mean, Lyngvar, she's going to make the call, and obviously, good thing for Ringstad is should he lose this hand, he's gonna have still 70,000 left because he does cover after losing winning those couple of those bigger butts.
I like that she took a little time before she went all in. Percent he was trying with Queen Jack. So this is gonna be for a huge stack for Lyngvar, and it's not for Ringstad's tournament life. He's still gonna have chips.
And I mean, it is still possible for Ringstad to hit the king, but I mean, Lyngvar is in a
don't
prime
say
position.
that.
Yes,
Don't say that. It's not commentator.
That's my bad. Let's see the flop. It's 231,000 in the middle. Whoever wins this one is gonna be very healthy. 3-7-9 with 2 diamonds. Not too much help for kings. Cannot even make backdoor straights or flushes anymore. Needs to hit the king to eliminate Lyngvar.
One out.
Or it's just
King of Diamonds, no good.
Diamonds, no good anymore. Exactly. It's a flush draw for aces. Already, so it's just the king of clubs on the river to eliminate Lyngvar, or else Ringstad is gonna be crippled. And I mean, to be honest, that is the sickest cooler, and there's no way to get away from it.
And I mean, this woman, I mean, Marte Sterten Lyngvar, she came to Dublin this year for the Norwegian Championship. That was her debut there. She started out in a side event with a 3rd place. It was a 330 euro side event that she actually didn't want to play because she thought it was a little too expensive.
Yeah.
She got some, well, she sold some percentages, played the tournament, finished 3rd, got a great start to the week. Then she finished 6th in the latest event.
Yeah.
And she cashed in the main event. I think she finished 55th out of 1,000, more than 1,000 players. She's just had...
She's on a roll.
She's on a roll. She's playing so good. I had the pleasure of commenting her in Dublin when she was at the final table and also on the feature table in the main event. And she's playing so, I mean, for a debutante, which you were think was a little nervous, she seems so cool and collected. I'm sure she's nervous. I know she's nervous, but she just plays great. Now she was, of course, very lucky with the situation.
There's no better feeling than to have kind of a short stack and somebody raising and going all in front of you, and you wake up with aces. It's super unlucky for the kings there. But I want to go back to one more thing.
Yeah.
The fact that she waited a bit before calling, and I want to let the chat know as well, it has nothing to do with slow rolling because there was still one more player to act. And the thing is, there's still a chance if you wait a little bit. Let's say the open raiser had something like jacks. If you snap call there, you kind of give away the strength of your hand. You're not going to snap call the tens there. You're not going to snap call, probably not going to snap call even ace king there. You have to think about it. So you have to make it look like you have a tough decision. So maybe somebody after you calls with jacks or queens or ace king after you. So I mean, it's just to let everybody know that it is very reasonable to take a few moments there.
That's a very good point, Christian. And what I was going to say, you know, like Marte, who's had a deep run in the main event in the Norwegian Championship, she's now gotten this experience of playing big fields like this one is as well. And that's, I mean, it's like you said, when you're on a roll, it's not just the cards, it's just you get into kind of the flow of a big tournament with a good structure. I mean, here's 45 minutes blind levels, and that's very valuable when you play these tournaments. I'd forgotten when I sat down and played the main event. I'd forgotten how much time I had. It's like you can just lean back and just wait for the good spots, wait for the good cards. You don't have to play every single hand to accumulate chips.
Yes, exactly. That is a very good point, and it is something that is very easily sometimes forgotten as well at the table. That you feel like, especially when you feel like maybe you're a bit stronger than the rest of your table, which most of the players sometimes feel, and then
all of the players.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get into this vibe of like, maybe if you want to start outplaying everybody every single hand, and you next thing you know you're out of the tournament, and it's kind of good to get the experience of grinding out those days and realizing when to pick your spots and so on.
And like you said, you said like you can sit there with 20 big blinds. You're not short, and usually that's what you do during a long big tournament. You sit there with 20 big blinds. You know, you maybe swing like somewhere 15 to 30, and you know it's so easy to get. I mean, look at the big stacks on these tables. It's so easy to get impatient when you see the guy or girl next to you sitting with a major stack, and
yes,
you have like 25 big blinds, and you think, oh my god, I'm short. But you're not. I mean, 45-minute levels, that's plenty of time. There's no need to get stressed, even though the average stack doesn't even matter. It's
yeah,
like
exactly.
here it's 170,000, which is now 40 plus big blinds. That's huge. If you have 30 big blinds, you have a big stack in a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's definitely more easier to set than done, and it does take experience to kind of think of the situation, not comparing yourself to others, but comparing your stack to big blinds, how many big blinds you yourself have, and just choosing a strategy according to that. If you want to play some poker, and look at that, Ringstad finds another good situation to go all in.
Oh, after a 3-bet as well, because Dudakov opened sixes and Kostikis,
Kostitskis,
3-bet with Queen 9.
I really like the 3-bet with Queen 9 against Dudakov, because he can put Dudakov in a cage, and I'm pretty sure Dudakov would have folded against the 3-bet with his sixes. Exactly, it's the kind of the bubble situation, big stack bullying the shorter stacks, but that's the thing with short stacks being at the table. They will kind of keep you honest, and Ringstad doesn't have too much to lose. He has lost a big one yet, and he's gonna just ship it all in with his nines. I'm sure plenty of players would have maybe even thought about folding, and Ringstad might even close to double up without having to see the flop.
Yeah,
Kostitskis might fold here. Kostitskis getting very good pot odds though. He needs kind of like 28% to be good here, but at the same time, that's just chip EV value. That sometimes there's more value in preserving a big stack and not losing that extra 40,000. But Kostitskis is thinking about it. So he's getting 2.5 to 1. So meaning he needs to win this pot one every 2.5 times to break even with chips. If he wins this one more, if he thinks his Queen 9 has more equity, he's gonna make chips in the long run. That is the simplest math behind poker, but there are more elements to it.
And the thing is, and the thing is, with the Ringstad to his direct left, it's like maybe he should have had kind of thought this through beforehand. What do I do if he go 4-bets all in? Do I fold? Do I call? Now he has to think about it. And I mean, I can understand it because he gets an exact count now. But it's like this is kind of one of those spots where you 3-bet Queen 9, where you should be aware of the players to your left and the stack sizes.
I agree with that. But we get an updated chip count for Ringstad. And now it shows
now we get that back of the
100,000. So it's even 75,000 for Kostitskis to call. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna end up folding that. And Ringstad back in the mix again with 140 after winning this one. But I mean, we've seen Phil Helmut call with Queen 4, so you never know. You never know.
Oh my God! Let's not talk about Phil today.
So now it's 66.5. So it is very close. It's getting 2 to 1.
Yeah.
Queen 9, you can see he's getting very close to those odds against specifically 9. So I mean, against jacks or 10s, you're getting the right odds. If you're against ace queen, kings, aces, or queens, you're crushed.
Yeah.
Every other hand, you're doing kind of decent against with queen.
And he
now.
finds the fold, so gets out there.
So Espen Ringstad, he's been in the mix quite a lot. He's been all in 4 times already in the first 30 minutes we've seen from this feature table. So
Told you
this,
so.
Yeah, maybe this is something to do, or I mean, this is going to be an exciting feature table. I love it.
Yeah, it's been action almost every single hand since we came in, and that's good news for the rest of the day.
And we have our tournament director, Teresa Noisiainen, come in and explaining the situation for the players, that 79 players get money. We now have the information on the screen as well, but and the winner gets 65,000. But it was just now that the players found out. We are streaming with a 30-minute delay just for the integrity of the game, and sometimes hands can go as long as 10 minutes or even 15 minutes. So this hence the delay, which is very, very regular. So we're kind of tripping in time. Everything around us is actually going on 30 minutes in the future.
Yeah, it's not like the old days where we did stream live. I mean, I've even commented poker so long that I've done commentary on poker live where I was locked in a small cellar room where without phone and computer or internet access, where I had to sit and it's like they just gave me 2 bottles of water and sit here. It's like
same.
And I've also done commentary where the players have been locked in a room. But that's luckily this delay, it helps us, well, not to have to do that anymore.
And remember the times when it wasn't that, I mean, you had those cameras under the glass cards on the glass and cameras under it to see the show guards. Nowadays you have a microchip in every card, so you can automatically read to player cards and everybody gets the information. But it wasn't that long ago when you just got to watch a live poker stream and not really know what players had. I did a Irish Open just a couple months ago, and the commentators were quite impressed with the technology of getting to see the cards right away.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like also there was this thing. This was both in the EPT and big tournaments like the World Series of Poker and the Norwegian Championship that we streamed without hole cards, because it was for the integrity of the tournament, it was unfair that 8 players, as in this case, had to show information while the rest of the field didn't. So it wasn't until the final table that we actually got to see whole cards.
Oh, okay.
But the EPT streams were like this as well. So
yeah. I'm not really even sure. I'm sure the players, at least in my experience, and I've done TV tables for the past 6 years. It's not the longest time, but during the 6 years, I think I've done at least 100 TV tables. So I think the players always have an option. If they don't want to show, they don't have to. But
yeah,
they are advised to do it. But if they really refuse to do it, they don't really have to place the cards in the box and keep their information private. But usually players don't have an issue with it.
That's actually not correct. You would think so. But the thing is, when they sign the tournament sheet that you get beforehand,
that's true, if they have to sign it. Yes.
Yeah, you kind of agree to the terms of the tournament, and the terms of the tournament says that when you are at a TV table, you have to show your cards. But then again, it's not like they're going to get a penalty. Look at Eric Seidel. He's been dodging this for years. So you're not going to get a penalty. But it's like, okay, I mean, most players see the benefits of this, you know, being able to like bring poker out to a wider audience.
Of course, and I mean, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of benefits in those live streams, and you know, being on a feature table yourself and having a good time there. I agree, and I think it's specific to. Depends on a series and so on, and it's usually like people don't go out of their way to enforce that rule, and at the same time people don't go out of their way to dodge that rule. So I mean, it's kind of a pseudo problem, which we don't really have.
Non-existent. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, Lingvar opened the ace-7 here, got called by Lepalahti, who flopped a jack, but Lingvar on the turn hit an ace, and bets and gets a fold.
I mean, 2 for 2 for her.
Yeah.
First one was an easy one, but still, I'm sure her heart was very racing and getting all in there with aces and just praying for that king to not come. I mean, there's so many tournaments that I've busted out that way, and it kind of feels like kind of like when you have that pocket kings, the first card you see on a flop, it's usually an ace.
Yeah.
It's kind of a rule. And it is more likely to have an ace there because you are holding 2 kings, and it's like mathematical nerd stuff. But still.
And the other way around as well,
Yeah.
with her aces, when you're up against kings, it's like always a king
Yeah,
at
it's
the door,
always a king.
and then it's over. It's like, oh my god.
And you have the aces and somebody calling, and you say that king, queen, jack flop, and you're like, what do I do with my aces now?
Yeah, it's like,
yes.
no, but we're not here to tell bad beat stories.
No.
We've
I don't
all
remember-
experienced it.
when I was a player, I know exactly how every tournament break went.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of people. Back then, people still smoked cigarettes, so went on their cigarette breaks and just told bad beat stories 20 minutes straight,
Yeah.
and get back to playing. That Ajad is just too boring for me.
The thing is, there was a period of time where actually during those situations where when somebody came up to me, it's like, and they started, you know what? And I said, yeah, I do. you lost.
Yeah, you were probably ahead. That is great. Yeah, that is great. But I mean, there are some bad beats. Just to talk about bad beat stories. There are some that stick with you, but mostly, I mean, everybody, all of these players, they've played. Most of them have played quite a few tournaments, and they've all been there. But it's always more interesting to tell them than to listen to them, in my experience. It is a 10-9. Clashing against another 10-9, so it's a raise from Kostitskis, getting a call from Alif, and 9-4 in the big blind.
Well, it's suited.
Is defending, so
Yeah.
against the min raise, any suited hand is usually good enough to at least peel flop with. We have 2 players with a gut shot, one to have a backdoor flush draw to go with it, but it's kind of looking like a situation whoever wants it the most will get it.
And that probably is Kostitskis. No, he checked.
No, he's gonna check it. So Sverre Elif thinking maybe he can take a little stab at it.
Yeah, what do you think about that check from Kostitskis? Okay, he's up against 2 other players, but still Jack King flop. Well, now he gets a perfect card to rep on the turn, but if he hadn't gotten that card, it's kind of like, was he planning delayed c-bet? I'm not sure, but it's like, I think people sometimes are too afraid to actually c-bet boards like Jack King or flops like Jack King when they have a hand like 10-9. Yes, you have a gut shot that you can hit, but still you have 10 high, so you have to try to win the pot somehow.
I agree with you.
Just c-bet small. I mean, now third pot, maybe even less. I mean, you probably get the honest answer.
So you're thinking it's kind of like a one and done situation for you with 10-9, and unless you improve it. I'm guessing the problem is you have 3 big stacks kind of together in a pot. So once you bet there with 10-9, I'm just trying to guess what the players might think. They have to feel like they might have to barrel multiple times at the flop to pot to take this one down. Maybe a small bet won't get rid of something like 7s or 8s, which it probably will.
But then again, if you are in position, well, he wouldn't be against one of the players. But if you are in position then with a small c-bet, then you can kind of buy yourself a free turn and river to maybe improve your hand if you feel like you're up against something better.
That is true.
And you decide the price, not your opponent.
I'm just wondering if he's gonna fire there with 10-9, if the other 10-9 is gonna peel one off and then be in position. And I mean, there's a lot of things to worry about there. For me, I actually do not mind to check with 10-9 personally, because against 2 players there, not to think that I'm just feeling I have to barrel too often there, and too often I'm just gonna be guessing what I'm up against, what can I barrel there, because the king is always gonna just call me, so I'm like, as will the jack, so and sometimes 8s, 7s, 6s, 5s will peel one off. So some of those hands I can get rid of by barreling twice, but some of them I'm just gonna fire into the abyss. So and the Queen 10 is calling me, Queen 9 is calling me, Jack 10-9 probably is also calling me, and I will give those hands an opportunity to bluff me out unless I barrel twice there. So at least twice. So
of course, but still, it's like, well, there's always pros and cons with everything. But I mean, in those cases, and I think maybe this was player dependent because he got called by percent in the big blind, which I think he has kind of already gotten like an impression of how he plays with the 3 bets and stuff. So it's kind of like maybe he doesn't want to tangle too much with a player like that he knows can make his life hard. That might be something as well. And this
definitely might have something to do with it. And it was Percent actually who took this one away with a bet on the turn. So valid point for you there that a small bet can actually take this one away. Percent of course added the flush draw on the turn, but he was still just had the 9-4.
Yeah.
And he's opening with 10 jack now, getting a call from Dimitri from the big blind with Queen Deuce, and Dimitri flops quite large for Queen Deuce. Pair of deuces and a flush draw, and if the Queen high wasn't good enough, it's even better now. And Percent wisely checks this one over to Dimitri Dudakov here with a short stack. So Dimitri's gonna choose a sizing with which he can elect to go all in on a turn with. So he tries to probably maximize the equity of the turn folds.
Yeah, and the important thing you say here, look at that sizing. It's going to be more than, he will have, like a pot bet, a little slightly less on the turn, which he can kind of safely jam no matter what, because he knows he has outs probably.
Yes, yes.
Unless he's very unlucky with being blocked, but and he gets the fold through. So.
It's a fold, and I'm sure Dimitri will take that small but very important that at that point of the tournament, if you're hovering around the 20 big blind stack, you really cannot lose too many of those small pots. So every pot is very important until you get that double up, or until you amass a big enough chip step to kind of have this breathing room. And it's kind of an exciting position to be at. It's very frustrating at times to hover around the 20 big blind stack, but at the same time, I mean, it gets the blood flowing. And
you got to learn to love it, because that's the way it's going to be a lot of the time when you play poker.
Exactly.
So you got to learn to love it.
I agree, and it seems like we have 108 players remaining, so less than 30 players until we make the money. 29 players still have to bust. We haven't seen any bust outs from our feature table just yet. We have seen quite a few all-ins, but the shorter stacks have usually held, and or they haven't been called just yet. Carly, hello to you. Magnus Skatteball, 10k on Rydning, let's go.
He's still on Rydning?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, actually, if you're wondering how people are doing, you can just go into coolbetopen.com. There you can find tournament updates, and they are pretty accurate. I mean, the main event still, there were a lot of players when the day started. Now the field gets smaller, and I think it's going to be, it's going to be updated quite often. Also, there's a live blog. Live bloggers do an amazing job. We have Jason doing an amazing job with the other people as well.
Jason here?
Yeah, Jason is here.
I haven't even met up with him. I guess he's upstairs all the time.
Yeah, Jason Gladster. I'm sure you've had the pleasure of commenting with Jason, haven't you?
Many times. So, I've been lucky enough to do that. I used to work in a company with him as well. So it was good times.
Wow. What I'm amazed at then, Christian, is that he knows you're here, he knows you're commenting the stream, and he has been down to say hi? What's this?
I have no idea. I mean, maybe there's some bad blood that I don't know about, but I guess it's just very busy trying to keep you guys updated at all times. And I'm usually the one, when I finish, I really want to, I appreciate my rest. This is why I haven't been able to play too many side events as well. I want to be well rested for the stream, so I get straight home. Usually I have my angry girlfriend waiting for me at the door already. That what's taking me so long, and I just. But today she left for out of town, so maybe I'm gonna spend the night at the casino and play some side events in the evening. Because the latest tournament, we have a very rich tournament schedule for you here at Coolbet Open, and the latest tournament, Hyper Turbo, 115 euro one, so not that expensive as well. Is starting at the 23 local time, so 11 p.m. local time. And I mean, if anything else hasn't worked out for you, we have at the moment when I got here, I think it was 6 or 7 cash game tables running already. So the cash game action has been pretty wide. I mean,
Yeah.
it's from 2-2 till 50-50. So a couple of players playing the 50-50 game.
Well, the main sweat tournament started at 5 o'clock. There's a good late reg on that one, so it's 4:40. It's a great tournament with a good structure. You have the 8 game, who starts at 7 o'clock local
And you're
time.
gonna play this
I'm
one, right?
gonna play the 8 game.
And you told me something. You're gonna have to defend your second place, right?
Yeah, that was obviously I was hoping that Christian would mention that on the stream. So, but yeah, actually I came second in that one in 2019.
I mean, there's only one more thing you have to do now. I mean, you have to do one better.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you will.
Actually, I made a deal, heads up. So
it's basically a win.
basically, it's like
You're basically an EPT champion.
Yeah, the guy who won, I know him very well. He's a great player, one of Norway's best mixed players. So it's like he wanted the title, I wanted money. So he got title, I got more money. Not more money than him, but almost equal. And he had so much bigger stack than me. But he found out every time it's like he crushed me in the fixed games. And when it came to the high variance games like Pilo and No Limit Hold'em, I just jammed, and he understood my strategy. But look at these.
Are you surprised? Are you? That is second time aces. He's at kings. I mean, to be fair, it's not just getting the good hands. It's sometimes it hasn't worked out too well for him at getting all those good hands. He only has 122,000. He lost with the kings running into aces, but now is a nice medicine for that sorrow pill because the aces are much needed for Espen Ringstad.
And it's against Lingvar as well, who had the aces in that spot. So
and he does not shove this time.
Nope.
Goes for a very tiny 3-bet. Is it ace-jack suited? It's off-suit. I mean, against a very short, a very small 3-bet, I don't mind a call, but you have to be very careful with a hand like ace-jack against small 3-bets because his opponent doesn't have that much behind. You're already putting in close to 30% of what he does have.
And she's raised under the gun as well, so she might think that he just wants to get back at her for, doubling her up just a little while ago.
I really want to see Ringstad check this one.
Yeah, 10 deuce 4 flop with 2 clubs.
He can definitely get it in with 2 bets anyway. Or does he elect to get it in with 1 bet? Yes, he does. We've seen it before from him. Overpair, he's just going to go all in. And I mean, if Lingva had something like ace-10 there, which she definitely could have if she's calling with ace-jack, then she probably would have called.
Yeah, but I mean, he can put her on, I think, a strong hand. She raises under the gun. I mean, we're getting, even though it's still way off, we're getting closer to the money. She has to go through all the other players at the table, and it's like she's not doing it with the. I would think like a hand like ace-10. So, but he gets paid by jacks, queens, and kings, basically.
That's true. And the problem is that by going all in there, if we not criticizing, but just if we're saying he's still giving his opponent a chance to get away from it, like maybe I mean you cannot go very wrong. I mean if you're against the set on the flop, you're gonna lose anyway. So why not just you do have the ace of clubs as well, just to make sure your opponent doesn't have something like ace queen of clubs, ace king of clubs. So you can actually bet small there or even check there and try and get a little bit more and play a bit more deceptively in that situation. I think to maximize your value, but there's nothing wrong with going all in there and just protecting the chips that you do have, protecting yourself a potential bad beat, and just staying in the tournament because you are still getting very close to the money already.
Lepalahti, who's opened pocket nines. Percent, the biggest stack at the table, I guess.
He does fold, but Dimitri Dudakov, and now I expect to see a shove here.
Yeah, he's got 111,000.
Yeah, it's like 22 big blinds again. I mean, you're in a bubble situation. You kind of want to protect your stack here.
And don't get, I was fooled by the level you saw that, 3,000, 6,000.
Yes,
that's
the
next level on
yeah.
the screen, so it's kind of confusing sometimes.
That is true.
So,
Let's see if Lepalahti will end up calling. I mean, it's going to cost Lepalahti quite a lot. He's going to be in a very difficult situation should he call and lose here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold, but nines are I'm pretty sure nines are exactly in a spot where you're like not really sure what to do. I'm guessing you're calling with tens there anyway against 22 bigs, but nines, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really lucky, you're up against eights or lower who's kind of jammed trying to get people off.
To be fair, it was a very quick call in from Dudakov.
Yeah,
again, he's probably not going to shove really quickly with fives or sixes there. He's going to take his time to think about it, or if he's going to shove those hands. And but at the same time, he's probably not going to shove super fast with aces as well. So you can kind of eliminate some of the range, but still, I mean, it's going to be very
he calls
pair heavy there, and he's going to make the call and get the bad news that Dudakov has Lepalahti crushed there with jacks against nines.
He managed to fold nines against, that was Ringstad maybe an hour ago. Now he doesn't get off. We'll see what happens.
And that is not the best flop for nines. He can still hit a 10, 9, or a queen or a king on a turn to add some equity to his hand. Other than that, he's going to be drawing dead on a turn. And that is a full house for pocket jacks. Jacks full of sixes, meaning that the lone Estonian here in Coolbet Open Tallinn doubles up, and now to a healthy stack of 231,000. And very important double up for him, but a very important pot for Teemu to lose as well. Lepalahti down to 80,000 now, meaning he only has 16 big blinds. So he's going to be in that situation where when he's going to start folding now.
Think about Dmitry Dudakov's feeling now. He was moved to the feature table. He didn't have too many chips, and it's just like he's been, all the situations he's been involved in has gone his way, and now he's playing a comfortable stack, and wow.
Has to feel good about that hand, definitely does, but Lepalahti now, kind of, exactly, you still have 23 players to bust. I mean, you're probably gonna be on something like one big blind if you fold every hand from now. Though players are falling very quickly for my surprise. I mean, two players. We started the stream an hour ago, a bit more than an hour ago, hour and 5 minutes ago, and we had 140 players back then. So we've lost 40 players in an hour. So I'm sure it's gonna slow down once we get really close to the money, but the thing is, it is still a mid-sized tournament. It's quite cheap for a prize pool of what it is. So it's not life-changing money just yet. I mean, it gets life-changing once you get to the final table, but maybe not life-changing, but definitely the life situation changing.
Yeah, it's going to be, you're going to have you're going to have a good night.
Yes,
and
exactly.
You're going to have it, be
probably going to have a good year.
Yeah, you're going to be comfortable in the months to come.
And you get to play a lot of more tournaments if you decide to invest. You get to travel, all your travel. Anyway, these kinds of scores, they will make your life a lot better.
And you can pay off student loans if you finish like top
you get a
4, 3, 2.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Anyway, so the thing is, it's better for us as viewers. It's more viewer friendly as well, because the players, of course, everybody wants to make money, but they're not gonna like super rock up and wait 1 minute every hand before folding with 7 deuce. So it's more fun for us, those mid-sized tournaments.
Sverre Eilif, he's been quiet since he sat down in seat 2 and hasn't really played a single hand, but now after Ringstad opens the button with 10-7, he's going to defend with King-9 suited. That's the hand you can defend with. I mean, you can even 3-bet in that spot.
Yeah, well, that is an unlucky flop for King-9 suited. 3-bet would have worked, but of course hindsight is 20/20. It's Ringstad flopping to trips against 2 pair, and Ringstad checks this one back. I wonder if Sverre Eilif is kind of the alarm bells go off here after checking, because I mean, if Ringstad checks the flop, of course he's going to call the turn, but by the river, I mean, why are you checking the flop back and now all of a sudden start turning into a bluff? So especially on a blank turn. Yeah, so not too many hands.
No, so check flop and check quick bet, quick call turn, and then we see the jack of diamonds on the river.
I'm guessing the king-9 still a bit too strong to fold, but I'm sure Eilif doesn't feel too good about the situation at this moment. He's kind of hoping to maybe chop this one up I mean, Ringstad just check back the flop, right?
Yeah.
Turn is a total blank, and all of a sudden he wants to start bluffing. Maybe there's a couple of flush draws he wants to bluff there, but at the same time, I mean, it smells a lot like a 10, but I'm still calling there with King 9. I mean,
but yeah, because the thing is, he bets half pot here, and it's so. I mean, he could even have a king, and they're gonna chop this. I mean, he could have a jack that hit the river. Well, maybe he would have checked back then, but there are so many hands that Eilif is ahead of here, and
yeah, I mean not too many natural bluffs, just the flush draws.
Yeah.
Just a lot of the bluffs on a turn kind of at least hit a pair on the river, and probably not gonna value bet after getting called.
There could be an underpair in the Ringstad's
It has to
hand.
be
It's
some sort of bluff that decided to start bluffing on its turn.
Maybe.
But he does make a call.
Yeah.
And gets the bad news that he runs into this, and Ringstad now up to 214,000. I mean, he's so active that I mean he could be up to 1 million in two levels, but at the same time he could be out any hand.
Yeah, he showed us yesterday. He showed us exactly that.
Yes,
it's like 400,000 into day 2. That's massive. Start stack was 30,000, so it's like you.
But it's the chip leader of the day 2, and. When we started the stream, he was still the chip leader to local Estonian Ranno Sootla, probably one of the best players in the world, and playing this event as well. So I'm really excited to see how Ranno does it. He's a WSOP bracelet winner, of course, a couple of heads-up finishes, and millions of online winnings. So really would be interesting to see how a true professional who plays for. Average buy-in of 10,000 euros. I mean, how does it do against a field like that? We kind of got a similar vibe at the Irish Open when we were looking Stephen O'Dwyer against a very recreational field. How he just dominated it. But being a professional, you still need a good run to. Very good run to win the tournament. Just being good enough or better than everybody else does not guarantee you poker tournament wins.
You have an edge, but still you can get in situations where the cards decide what's going to happen.
I mean, I've lost in so many home games, it's not even ridiculous. I think I'm down in home games against players who played for the first time.
Yeah.
It's just...
But like you said, with O'Dwyer, it's nice to see him back on the tournament circuit. Just to see him back in a tournament. And I was playing the Irish, so I was there and just like... when I saw him, I thought, what is he doing here? But still, I think he's had a break, like many of us has during the pandemic, and then he wanted to play poker again.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, those festivals like Coolbet Tallinn, Coolbet Open Tallinn is just. It's not just about poker here. It's about a lot about friends and getting new people and acquaintances, and just having a good time, sipping a few beers. And it's not about making the most amount of money. I mean, there are other places to come and just grind it out. This is more about having fun than anything. I would think so.
It is like you say, a festival, and you get new friends every single time you come to Coolbet Open. I've been here on most of the previous ones. I think I missed one because I had to work, but still, this is the reason I travel here, because it's a good atmosphere. I mean, Estonia is a beautiful country, especially in the springtime. I mean, it's affordable. It's just, and you meet like-minded people who want to have fun. And it's like we say, the recreational players. Most of us are recreational players. I'm getting kind of sick of this, recreational player that has kind of become like a swear word, or not a swear word, but kind of like downgrading. But most of us are recreational players. We should be proud to be recreational players.
Nothing downgrading about it in my mind as well. It's the best player to be, in my opinion. I've been a professional poker player for many years, and it was the most stressful time of my life, to be fair. And I've been enjoying my time as a rec player, and as someone who doesn't spend hours upon hours on lab and just fighting for my spot to stay ahead of the curve. I mean, it's great if it's for you, but for me, it's just I enjoyed myself so much more if I don't have to worry about how I get my bread on the table, if I finish well at the tournament or not.
Yeah.
So I mean, rec player is those are the players having fun at the table, and they're doing something right in life, in my opinion.
They are.
And if you're a professional player, it doesn't mean you're miserable. Absolutely
No, no,
not.
no.
If it's for you, and if it's the profession you love, I mean, it's more merit to you. I mean, it's great that you found a way to make money and you found a way to enjoy it. Because I mean, I enjoy my time losing money too, and that's good good enough for me. And I still have a chance to win. Still, I mean, every time I go in a tournament, I still expect to win and I want to win. But most importantly, I want to have a good time doing it.
Yeah, and this is the place to do it. It's really social. There's lots of stuff going on. Like we talked about all the tournaments you can jump into, and there are plenty of bars, plenty of games, and plenty of friendly people.
Yeah, I agree. Timpo wants to know what's the password for Coolbet Open free roll. Ladies and gentlemen, the free roll will start in 1 hour and 22 minutes, and the password is Norway. Go open your Coolbet Poker client. If you don't want to play on your PC, if you're on a go, you can download it on your phone, as I did yesterday on stream, and played on your phone as well. We are giving away 500 euros worth of tournament tickets. First place takes home 200 euro ticket, which you can use on Sunday, on the Sunday main event on the Coolbet client, and make yourself thousands, or at least get some experience to play against the best in the world. Because online, I mean, it's different. Players who play online 200 euro tournaments are probably the best in the world, because and it's I have to tell you, I do it every Sunday, and it's a lot of fun testing my skills against the very best, and sometimes getting the feeling that, you know, as a rec, like I outplayed that man, and that man, he does it for a living every single day, and it's a great feeling. I get those little moments in my life.
No, it's always good, and I mean it's the same. I mean it's the same vibe as well. I mean you have a lot of professional people playing this main event, which is a 550 euro tournament, which is a lot of money, but still nothing like they play, like the stakes they usually play when they play live. But you have these players, and sometimes you get seated at their table. You'll be able to, like you say, yourself, test your skills, see what it feels like to play against a pro. And I mean, often you'll find this, you know, I mean, very educational, because they have a lot of play and moves that you probably haven't experienced in your home game. You get to feel what it's like being a 3-bet with a higher frequency, what it's like being 4-bet. And I mean, it's kind of because, well, now we're at the stage in the tournament where there might be not that much room to play. But on day one, when you start with 300 big blinds, you can really feel this, because then it's like you can go 3-bet, 4-bet, even 5-bet and 6-bet and still not be all in.
And that is exactly the why it's very much said almost every time that poker table is a place where you get people from very different professions sharing the same passion and playing the same game. And it's when you talk to people from the different fields, they spent their whole life getting good at something, exactly, and you get to experience by talking with them what it's like to in that area or that industry. And it's the same with poker players, that they spent their whole life to get as good and as they are. So it's very interesting to see how they master their craft, and sometimes exactly they have spent thousands of hours in the lab and just going through hands and perfecting the game of poker and staying ahead of the meta. And it's something it's almost impossible for you to just come up with in your head as the best strategy, and you just get to see it, and there's some beauty in that as well.
It is. Well, Kostetskis was thinking about it. He opened a7 suited and got 3-bet by Percent, who has been the far most active 3-better at this feature table till now. So it's like, and now he had ace-king suited. That's the kind of spots where sometimes, you know, the very active players actually get paid. They get a very good situation because they're so active and take the spots.
I agree.
So I think it's now confirmed what well, at least how I my experience with Percent from the other day when we played inside event together, that he knows what he's doing. He is
Oh, definitely. He seems very comfortable, and look at him. He seems like he's really paying attention to what's happening at the table. Before looking at his cards, he's looking at everybody, and he's just paying attention. And he seems like he's in a very mindful place at the moment. He seems like he's in a mode where he's attacking every hand. He wants to. He's kind of giving off the presence of, you're not gonna get anything from for free from me, and I know exactly what's going on, and nothing slips by me. And that's kind of a menacing presence to have at the table. If somebody's so aware and checking at your every move, it feels like you have a big brother's eye on you. And for me, there has been plenty of times where it kind of shies my play up. I kind of feel insignificant in that sense. I've been in a different position as well when I'm the one in control. It's kind of a flow thing, but some people have that presence at all times.
Yeah, it's true. And it's like, it's exactly how you explained it. That's what it feels like. It's, I mean, spot on. It's, and it's something that you can learn to do as well. Like you said, sometimes you have been that player. I've been as well, but other times I feel, you know, if I get moved to a table, I used to be table captain at the previous table, get moved to another table where you have two guys, you know, fighting for this captain role.
Yes.
And you are reduced to like being just okay. What happened now? You don't get to play at all because you're so good. I played the tournament in Monte Carlo once. We're not going to talk too much about it. Where I had to fold a whole day. And I mean, it's not because I didn't want to play. I didn't get the premiums. I got some hands that I probably could have played open and stuff. But the thing is, I was never able to because there were so many guys, you know, 3-betting, 4-betting, and I can promise you they did not have premiums every time.
Yeah, definitely. And we have a very interesting situation developing. Surprisingly, Dimitri does not just call. He's gonna elect to raise, and probably has a lot to do with the fact that he does not block a queen or a jack or a 9. He has the king 4, which he probably prefers as a raising hand because he wants his opponent to have something like a queen jack to get value from, and his opponent does have the overpair and a cut shot straight draw. So I would definitely I would bet that if Dudakov had something like king 9, king jack there, he would have just called. But without having it, it's very more likely in his mind that his opponent might be on a draw or a 10 here. So he does raise it up, and percent calls, does not hit his straight, does not get a pair of aces. And now is the time. Does Dudakov keep the pressure on? Does he want to bet something like 45 to 60,000 here on a turn and risk getting bluffed out here by something like a combo draw or a better hand? I don't know. It's important to see. Or does he slow down and try and possibly bluff catch on the river? He does bet, and it looks like quite large. It looks like 55 or 60. So he does go in between the 45 and 60, goes 55,000. So about half pot size, and percent must not love it. I mean, Dudakov can definitely call pre-flop with a hand like king 10, king 8, and 10-8.
Yeah, Dudakov, this is kind of a line where Dudakov is saying, I have a king, which he does. We know that. I mean, percent does not know it, so it's like he still has his gut shot, and it's...
And percent having ace queen himself, I'm wondering if he's thinking about turning his hand into a bluff here.
Without, yeah, because he knows he has a jack.
And he knows he must have a lot of fold equity as well, but his opponent has shown quite a lot of strength here, and I'm not sure how I feel about this hand just yet. I mean, it's a very strong move from Dudakov, but he's putting himself in a vulnerable situation as well.
Yeah, no, he got the fold, but it's the battle of the blinds. I mean, gotta love it.
Gotta love it. I agree. And Dudakov has he joined the table with close to 100,000, and now he's up to 284 after doubling up with those jacks against seat 4's 9s, and now winning another extra 55,000 from percent. So Dudakov doing well. Average stack at the tournament already 210,000. We have 93 players remaining. 79 of them will make the money. So just 14 players until the money bubble.
We are getting close.
We are getting very close. And that is even more surprising and probably kind of like overselling his King 4 there. Just showing so much strength near the bubble with a bet. Like, just telling I might have even better than King 4 there.
Yeah, it's like he's basically saying, I'm not afraid to bust. I know I could just fold my way into the money. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play, and it shows a lot of strength.
And I love the fact that I know a lot of players might have just folded pre-flop with the King 4 suited against more than 3x open, but he loves to play in position. It's the second time blind versus blind those two players have fought against each other, and second time Dudakov has used his, of course, the better flop and as well as his position to take the pot away.
And you said something important as well. I think you mentioned he blocks the king, and it's been more and more usual to play these kind of King 4, King 5, King 6 hands with defense against both in the Battle of the Blinds, but also in other situations as well, because I can't explain it properly, but I've been told that you could do so profitably in the long run. I'm still looking. I'm still looking into this, because every time I have King X and do something stupid like this, I get punished. I mean, I flop a king and my opponent has aces or whatever. But still, you can see it in the high rolls. I've been watching the Triton series going now, where you actually see them. It's like I would see King Rag are the new 8-9 suited.
Yeah, yeah, that is actually correct. Yeah, and the thing is, we've all played out of position without a strong hand. I mean, small blind versus blind. Of course, it's easy to play with a strong hand, but most likely you're gonna have to do it with a weaker hand. Of course, Ace Queen was a very strong hand there, but with something like Ace 7, you still want to raise it up blind versus blind, but it doesn't flop that well, and it's just super difficult to play out of position those types of hands. This is why big blind is very incentivized to just play pots in position and just see what develops, because it's hard. Like exactly, Ace 7 is a good hand, a good example. It's hard to play out of position without flopping the top pair there, because you still have a lot of value, but you don't want to turn it into a bluff. So you have all those choices there, which none of them sound super good. No. So you just end up like trying to check this one down, and you can put so much pressure on checks in position. So you can use those king highs as bluffs so much more often.
Well, it's percent to open the button again, and sorry, you can say it. Kostitskis. So yeah, that's right. He defended with a 7, hit the 7, which is still best. Checks again. Jack on the turn. Percent. Well, he has a flush draw now.
Turns a flush draw, and Percent has shown willingness to keep the pedal to the metal per se. I mean, he's relentless. I mean, if he has any chance to steal this pot away, he's gonna try at least. I mean, and that's kind of admirable. I really do love that bet from Percent.
But look at this.
Kostitskis is not going anywhere. And if I'm Percent, I'm bluffing any queen, 9, 8, king, ace on the river, as well as value betting the spades. Should he get there? Because there's...
Oh, he's sizing it up. He's going to come into raise.
He's going to represent the jack. He's going to turn the 7 into a bluff here. Little does he know that he's still ahead with his 7, but he wants to take this one away right here, right now. And both players very similarly stacked. I think they cover Percent covers him by 5k. So again, it's a Percent's aggression turned up against it himself there, getting another raise with an equity hand.
And I think this is well, not partly. I think it's mainly because of what we've been talking about. Percent, who has the highest 3-bet frequency at the table, especially from the button. But look at this.
He's going to He's going to make the call, it looks like, in position. And it's very interesting to see, should a blank come in there. Is that even a raise? Those blue chips are worth 5,000 each, and yellow chips are worth 1,000 each. So that seems like a call.
Oh my god.
So he's gonna call.
Well, okay, I see what he's doing here. He could hit a spade and maybe be good in his mind, and he does not. What does Kostitsky do now?
It does not look. I mean, it's probably the card you really did not want to see if you're Kostitsky. I mean, quite a few of Present's calling hands actually have something here, but I mean, I really want. Very interesting to see if Kostitsky's gonna continue barreling.
No, he's gonna give up because the thing is, what can Percent has? But now Percent has to bluff because he has no showdown value whatsoever with his 6-high.
And that is it. Kostitsky did give up, but he's still ahead of Percent.
181k in the middle. How much? I mean, we know that if he puts in 20,000, he's gonna get a fold. Well, maybe not 20, but
probably even for a 20. Yeah. I'm 100% sure.
Oh no, which actually gave them.
Does not believe he's ahead, and Percent sees the hand, gives a little chuckle, and has to release the pot worth 180,000. The blinds are going to go up, I think, before we go on a break, or do we go on a break?
No, I'm not sure if we get a break right now. But anyway, because it's did you see? No, did you see that? You know, the emotion he showed. I love that. You know, there was nothing. I mean, people. Of course, you shouldn't offend the opponents, but that was an honest reaction. He was ahead. He didn't think so, and he was just so happy that he made a little table dance with his hands. Yeah. And I mean, that's allowed.
That was kind of a gift from both players, and it was Kostitsky who ended up receiving it. It was 180,000. He was willing to let go already. I'm sure he thought, at least by the river, he's behind.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have very specific draws to lose there on the river.
But quick question, Christian. What do you think about? I understand why, but. Percent's call with the flush draw, which he could not be sure was good if he filled it on the river. When he gets to check on the river, he's there with 6-high. Then he's calling just to hit the flush, which is not good, which might not be good.
Exactly what I wanted to say. That if you're calling there, you have to be willing to try and take this one away, because you cannot just call to hit the bluff there, because I mean, against the check raise range there, you might even be dead. But more often than not, you might even be dead. Plus, or you're against a very strong hand, or you might think that you might be against the bluff as well, and you might be able to steal this one away. So, in case you get checks on a river, you have to try and stab at it. Just because, I mean, if you don't think you're ever against the bluff there, you definitely shouldn't chase the 6-high flush. If you're against a better flush draw, you're losing anyway. If you think your opponent is bluffing with a flush draw, and if your opponent is minimum raising there with a check, you're definitely not getting near enough odds to call there just to hit the 6-high flush. I mean, with an ace-high flush, it's different, because your opponents might still have something like king 9 of spades there, and so that might value raise bluff there.
Well, he gets another chance here. Percent. He's got king queen suited this time.
He's getting decent hands, but haven't been working out too well. He still has a very healthy stack, and I like the fact that he's still trying, and he's still. But I mean, I wonder if those couple of hands against the Estonian and the fellow Norwegian have kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of shook him a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. Especially Kostitsky's, the Lithuanian, who's like, I think he's kind of figured out what he's doing. Yeah, there's a question on Twitter. No,
Marius wants to know why would he turn his 7 into a bluff? He still beats all the bluffs. I mean, yes, I agree with that, but there are a lot of bluffs on a turn that just give up on a turn, and you kind of want to protect your equity with a 10, because there are not too many good rivers. Plus, I guess he just wanted to take the initiative of the hand as well, and knowing his opponent might not be able to call with a hand like ace king that still has close to 40% equity in that spot. So.
But I understand the question from Magnus because it's a very reasonable question, and
Yes,
we
of
were
course.
wondering the same thing. Why does he do this? He turns his pair into a bluff. It's hard to say. But I think you kind of nail it on the head.
The thing is, some of the plays they don't have a lot, too many logical. Sometimes players just play with how they feel, and sometimes players just feel I might be ahead here, or they feel like I want to steal this one away, and that is actually a thing that happens very often at a poker table.
Yeah.
So what we are trying to do here with Stig is just trying to figure out what that player might have thought, but in the end we cannot be 100% sure.
And it's like we said, players have history as well that we have not seen. So it might be some specific little thing. It might be a live read, live tell. I mean, who knows? But it's kind of hard sometimes. But still,
I personally wouldn't have done it with Ace-7. I can definitely see again, if we're talking strategy-wise, and that's usually why I'm being brought here at the table, is I can see it done something with like a 10-7 instead of an Ace-7, because then there's way less chance your opponent has a Jack-10 there. I mean, was there a 10 on a board, or a Queen-7? So you block the chances of your opponent, likely hands your opponents may have with a Jack. So a lot of the time players raise with a hand like Queen-Jack, 10-Jack, Jack-9. So you want to have one of those cards, so it's less likely for your opponent to actually have a Jack there. With an Ace-7, you're only blocking Ace-Jack there. So I mean, and you still have quite a bit of value.
Svad Eilif, who's been by far the quietest player at the table, but he's got a premium hand again, Ace-King, and gets called by Percent, who has Jack-9 and saying, no, that's...
Another example of a hand like, Jack-9 is a hand that really wants to see the flop, and look at that. No, that cannot be right.
No, that's not right.
Lingva did not go
I
all in
know Marte, and she has folded that hand.
Yeah, I think it was a graphical error there. And if you guys want to know, I've done it plenty of times. I've been the person who's been responsible for the graphics. It is there are a lot of human factors to it. It's not automated, so those things just happen sometimes. But it got fixed super fast, and I want to give a good shout out for the TV crew and the tracker tracking the action, and so we get to see those hands all the time, and all the bet sizes and stuff, because you have to be very quick to react.
Yeah, there has. I mean, it looks like Kostitskis has 3-bet. Well, Eilif just gets it in there. Kostitskis will never know what he had, but he tried 3-bet from the button after the call and not after the race and cold call. So he tried to 3-bet the button, but Eilif, he just jammed it in with Ace-King.
And he got it through.
He did.
So 11 players until we reach the money.
Well, it's like this. Kostitskis has a big stack now, 412,000. Now I think we see a little bit of what we kind of expected from Kostitskis had he not been, well, he was never crippled, but when he had a shorter stack. Now he has by far the biggest stack after that last hand against Parson.
Yeah.
And now he's probably going to try and punish. And like you said, we're getting closer to the money.
Yeah.
It's not a bad, I mean, it's a natural thing to do, but I think he might be aware of the player in seat 2, that he has actually that was the second hand he played at the feature table. And we've been here a while now. I think I maybe would have chosen another player to bust.
All right, Stig, but it's been a great pleasure having you, but we know that you have that 8 game coming up. You need to prepare. You need to get some food.
I do.
And I wish you the best of luck, and I hope to see you again here soon.
Yeah, definitely. See you, Christian.
Cheers, and we're going to have...
Enjoy.
We're going to have somebody... we're going to have a treat for you. I mean, if Stig wasn't treated enough, we're going to have our reigning champion from Coolbet Open Tallinn, our record-breaking winner, Oit Dome, joining us sometime soon. Stig is going to go ahead and win the 8 game, so I'm going to let Oit take his seat. So give a warm welcome to Oit here. Hello, Oit. How's your day?
Hello everyone, nice to be back. Yeah, my day was fine. How is everything?
Oh, it's been great. It's been great. The action's been great, and we are getting even closer to the money. There's only 90 players remaining, and 79 of those players will reach the money, which you know all about. First place takes home a bit less than you did, 65,900 euros, but still a hefty prize.
That's a very nice prize, and let's see who's gonna go for it.
I'm gonna add a little bit to your voice there.
So we have seat number 7, who was also yesterday at the feature table.
Kostičkis, yes, from Lithuania.
Very nice. And seat 3 looks also familiar for me. I think he's from Sweden or Finland. Not sure.
I think he's from Norway.
From
but
Norway?
I'm not 100. Yeah, I think he's from Norway. I think 6 of our players, or 5 of the remaining players at this feature table, are from Norway.
But he's a familiar. I'm pretty sure he plays in Tallinn a lot and all the festivals we have here. So it's nice to see him at the feature table.
But how familiar are you with Dmitry Dudakov? I know he's wearing an Estonian flag, but I haven't played too much with him. But he's been crushing this feature table, coming in with about 100,000 now, up to 300,000, and not afraid to play pots.
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar how he plays, but I'm very happy to find out.
He's
happy
doing well.
to see Estonian players, and we see his raise from early position gets a 3-bet from Paulius.
Yeah, Paulius Kostičkis, he's using his big stack now. I mean, he's coming in with 3-bets left and right, and every single opportunity he gets. And I mean, this bubble scenario, we went over it a little bit with Stig, but I mean, it's the prime time to pressure the mid stacks. I mean, the short stacks, they're gonna have to do their thing. They're gonna have to probably double up, but this table is filled with middling stacks, with 200k stacks. So if you're in that 400k range, you can really take advantage of that situation and build that 400k up to 600k by just 3-betting very often and just putting a lot of pressure on your opponents.
Yeah, I see Paulius has really chipped up a lot here. Yesterday he was playing a rather short stack and finished the day with not much, so well played by him, I say.
Yeah, and do you have, I was just wondering, do you have any information about the rest of the field, specifically about Ranno, how he's doing? He's been the chip leader all day today. Is he still holding up or not?
I don't have any information for now, but I know there are plenty of Estonians still in fighting for the top prize.
But the flags that are dominating the leaderboard at the moment are the Norwegian flags. The Norwegians have come here by full force, and there are a lot of them still remaining. Couple of Lithuanians, a lot of Icelandic people, few Swedes, a few Estonians, and we have quite an international field left here, which is always nice to see. And I hope we're gonna see a very international final table as well.
Yes. It's a nice mix, as we see Paulius wakes up with pocket queens. Let's see if big blind is.
We get your answer. He's from Sweden, Eriksson,
yeah.
Seat number 3.
That's what I thought, yeah.
And the Leppalahti might have to even, I don't know if he's going to defend or if he's going to go with the ace-10 suited,
like
because
Kostičkis
has been very active. He's been 3-betting and raising a lot, and now he gets the queens, and that's the beauty of being an aggressive player. When you have that good hand, you're going to get paid, but it's still, you can see it's 60-40. It's, I mean, 40% of the time, Leppalahti is going to double up every time.
Sorry, we didn't see any ace folded as well, so.
This is why I guess it's 40-60. Our system calculates all the folded hands as well, so all 3 aces still remaining. One more 10 left, because the 10 of diamonds was eliminated there, but look at that. That is not the best card for ace-10 here, because now only needs one of the 2 remaining queens. So Kostičkis does not want to make a set on the river, and he does not, meaning that we lose Leppalahti on the bubble here. He's gonna finish in 90th place or 89th even, and that means we get even closer to the money. Do you think we're gonna reach the money in this half an hour, or do you think the play is gonna slow down considerably and players are really gonna have to are really going to wait until they reach the money?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, but I really hope that the bubble bursts quite quickly and
We get more action,
we
right?
get more action, yeah. But very unfortunate for the ace-10 there. I mean, Paulius for sure is raising a lot more weaker hands, and it's just cooler there in my opinion.
It is a cooler, and he just had 10 big blinds left. He had to make a move at some point. He lost a big hand against the Estonian by calling off and all in for 100-something thousand with pocket nines and running into the Estonians' pocket jacks there. 3-bet shoving for 22 bigs when the blinds were 2.5 and 5, and he was left with 60,000, made his move and ran into queens this time. So very unlucky feature table for Lepalahti, but I'm sure there are plenty of side events he can still hop in. A lot of cash game tables running at the moment.
We can see Paulius just putting the pedal to the metal and just opening up with Jack-9 off here, which is very nice to see.
What a beautiful time, because they are playing six-handed at the moment. So I mean, seat number 1 is sitting out at the moment, so you can just really pressure your opponents. And you just showed queens as well, so it kind of makes your opponents a bit more shy to play against you, because it's of course everybody knows it, but it's a kind reminder that the aggressive player might wake up with a hand sometimes as well. So Eriksson does fold. A percent has been the second most active, but unlike Kosticius, he has lost quite a few of those hands. Has lost like 2 or 3 80 to 100k pots in a row. And the previous hand he lost 180,000 pots when his opponent Kosticius turned a 7 into a bluff on a Jack-Jack 10-7 board. And was actually good with it. Percent called with a flush draw and did not fire once his opponent gave up on the river. Did not try to steal this one away. And a huge pot went over to Kosticius, and Kosticius is gonna barrel one more time. And that is a very good flop if you're percent. Flopping top and bottom pair. And I love the call. Just I think that's a check call mode all the way. With King 4, keep your opponent betting, just check it over, check call, check call, check call, and make the money, and sometimes, you know, get away from busting near the bubble as well. But it's a check back from Kosticius. He has quite a lot of showdown value, so it's percent probably gonna have to go for some value here after his opponent checked back to turn, but he does check one more time, so maybe he thinks that Kosticius has a pure bluff here and doesn't have anything. So
very interesting to see. I was thinking if I was John, I would go for a large bet on the river, but I don't mind the check, and hopefully it's going to be a check raise here. And we see Paulius is very thinking what to, if he should bet or check here, but decides to check, and yeah, well timed check there.
I'm sure Kosticius is going to be surprised he doesn't win here. The face told me that he's like, okay, I'm not going to go for value here. Probably not too much value to be won, but he was expecting to win this hand, I'm sure, like a decent amount of the time.
Very disciplined and well-timed check back on the river here by Paulius.
As we move on, Kosticius loses impressively small amount in this spot. Just one continuation bet worth of chips in a situation where it could have gone much more expensive for him. I'm sure if the percent bets on the river for a reasonable amount, Kosticius is at least thinking about calling there. But he's still left with 500,000, which is more than double the tournament average at this stage of a tournament. I mean, he has an average stack once there's like 40 or 35 people left, so that is a very healthy stack to be had when there's 89 players remaining. The final table average stack will be something around 2.2 million, so I mean 2 more double ups and you're feeling comfortable heading to the final table already. I mean, of course, that is very far away. We still have to play through day 2 And ladies and gentlemen, of course, a lot of you want to know the password for our free roll. The free roll password is Norway. The free roll tournament is starting in 50 minutes. So get ready and register yourself to the free roll with the password Norway. We are giving away 500 euros worth of tickets. Winner takes home a 200 euro ticket, which you can use on the Sunday main event and turn it into thousands just for free. And one player does it every single day, and it's just for our stream viewers. Elif takes down this small pot with a raise to 12,000 there, adds another 12,000 to his stack, so nice to see him be aggressive with a bet here. Wilmer Porna Hoyas. For free bet, you can try and use the code CBO22. That was the code yesterday. I think it might still work today, but I'm not 100%. If you want to use free sports bet code, if that's what you're asking for, the code yesterday was CBO22. But if you want 20 free spins at Book of Dead, you can use the promo code Coolbook, and you get instantly added 20 free spins in Book of Dead. No need to play this one through. Use the money as you want. It's a gift from Coolbet for our viewers here. And Elif now once again coming in with a raise. He's been the most quiet at this table, but now second time in a row he's going to come in with a raise with pocket sevens. This time decent enough hand to raise. No customers this far though. I'm sure he doesn't mind taking the blinds down as well. I mean, pocket sevens can be tough to play post flop, but he's gonna get at least one customer from Kostitskis. He's gonna at least call with his pair of fives and see what develops on a flop. He might even wanna start pressuring, but I'm guessing fives is a bit too strong, funnily enough, to raise here. So he's going to make the call, and we're gonna see the flop heads up. Sevens against fives.
Kostitskis was definitely taking his time there and considering 3-betting there and putting some pressure, but understood later that maybe the stack sizes and is not worth to.
Not a very good flop for either of the players. Kostitskis misses, and Elif, of course, he can represent the ace should he elect to do that. He's still ahead with the sevens, but none of the players with a diamond, so I expect to see quite a small bet here. 8,000, yeah. A little bit more than one big blind is the bet on a monotone board, and Kostitskis probably just gonna check fold this.
Yeah, should be an easy fold there without a diamond, and
no, he does make the call. He calls 8,000 and now adds a straight draw. Adds a straight draw and checks it over to Elif again, and I'm sure if you're Elif, I'm sure he thinks his sevens are ahead still quite decent amount of the time against a single diamond draw or something, but still you cannot feel super comfortable with sevens. Kind of starting to go into turning your hand into a bluff territory here. He does bet 17,000 though, trying to get rid of those 10 high diamond draws, jack high diamond draws.
Yeah, big blind should have those offsuit combos a lot in the range, defending offsuited hands a lot.
Yeah, as well as something like you might get a hand like 8-6, 8-9 to fold here that don't have a diamond with them. So he still keeps the pressure on and kind of works as a bluff. Sometimes kind of works as a defensive bet. So it's like a merge bet from sevens there. Sometimes you get a better hand to fold. Sometimes you get worse hand to with equity to fold.
Yeah, the bet definitely worked in his favor, because if he checks back the turn, I mean, the fives might start thinking about the bluffing there on the river.
Yeah, as well as some of those missed draws, and you're going to be blind to know what you're up against. So
exactly, yeah.
keep yourself off of guessing game and take the driver's seat off the hands. So as we've expected, the play has slowed down a little bit. Of course, we haven't seen too many big hands in the past couple of hands, but we are getting very close to the money. It's 88 players remaining, 9 more bust outs, and we have reached the money. The first money prize is a bit more than €1,000. So 79 players guarantee themselves at least that. We generated a prize pool nearly 320,000, which is very, very close to the record-breaking prize pool we had in November 2019. So considering players haven't been able to travel for a couple of years, I mean, as I've already said, they've already gotten used to staying in their underwear all day, every day for 2 years. It's a nice turnout here in Tallinn. Ace, King, 3 on the flop. Kostitskis flops a pair of kings against Ringstad's Queen High. Another 3 makes it 2 pair for Kostitskis now.
Expecting that King X there to check a bunch of times, and
he does check. So river, does Kostitskis go for some value here?
Should be a value bet on the river, yeah.
And he got a call from Queen High, which I don't mind that often. I mean, Kostitskis gonna end up having quite a lot of those smaller hands there, middling hands, and which don't connect with that board that often. And Kostitskis might not even value bet the 10 on the river. So I mean, it's a decent call with Queen High. Ringstad has been very active. He's gotten aces twice, kings once, queens once, jack once, and he's playing his hands very straightforward. If he raises the flop with aces and somebody calls, he's gonna go all in on the flop, straight up all in. And he's ran his kings into aces once, but he's built up a stack again up to 200,000. And looking good to at least make the money. He's quieted down quite a bit after not receiving all those monster hands anymore. But let's see how he plays those middling hands. It's gonna be interesting to see. Of course, a player like that who takes his value hand and just jams every flop, his stack is gonna go up and down a lot.
Very dependent what the flops bring.
Eriksson, 8-7.
Percent with a openable hand from the hijack, definitely.
Yeah.
I think the players need to be a little bit uncomfortable because Paulus is sitting there with a pretty big stack and he's being active, and they don't want to go after his blinds, probably not so often with speculative hands.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he's basic. I mean, that's the sole definition of a table captain, and I mean, everybody once they want to or think about entering the pot, he's the first person that comes to mind that how he might react here. So, but percent, the second most active, he hasn't been too afraid. He's keeping it in the mix, and he really wants that table captain position for himself. So. Problem for him is that Kostitskis is to his left, so Kostitskis gets to act after him most of the time.
Very unfortunate that chip leader is exactly like 2 places to his left.
And we have another player joining our featured table here from one of the outer tables. I'm sure we're gonna get familiar with him sooner rather than later, but do not recognize him just yet.
Yeah, neither do I. Probably a new Scandinavian player. I would bet on that.
Yeah. 17 minutes until the end of this level. We're gonna go on a break after this level, but still plenty of play remaining. But it seems like he's gonna bring a lot of those chips into this table. That seems like a full 2 racks of yellows and almost a full rack of blues. That one blue, I think that seems very close to like 600,000 what he brought to the table. So he might be our new chip leader.
He might be, yeah.
Blue chips are worth 5,000 each, and it seems like he has at least 400k stacks there. Yeah, close to 600,000. 580 is what my eye is telling me, but let's see if my eye's sharp. At the moment, it's we are waiting for something. I think it's seat 3, trying to figure out if he wants to come in with a raise. Of course, now is the time. He's one of the shortest stacks. Eriksson with 70,000. He might take his time to try and make it to the money. It's 87 players remaining now. Lost another player from the outer tables. And Eriksson has 12 big blinds. It's 8-7. He's going to fold. Tane Levert is the player. Did not recognize Tane Levert. He's a local player. Plays a lot of those festivals. And he brings 660,000 chips to this feature table. So Tane Levert has been crushing the outer tables. Let's see if he can keep on crushing. Percent instead, he's gonna come in with a raise one more time. This time with pocket eights, definitely good enough for a raise.
Looks like small blind is interested in his hand, wakes up with king jack off and decides to defend the small.
Does come in with a call against percent.
Gives a better odds for the big blind even, and let's see if he comes along with a 6-4 off.
6-4 suited, definitely a gore, but 6-4, I mean, it's still a connected hand, so you might see a call there. But against two opponents, 6-4 doesn't really play it that well, so he's gonna give this one away, knowing that Lingua just has 30 big blinds as well with the call on the small blind. That is a good start for King Jack, but not in love with the hand just yet. But he's gonna come in with a lead with King Jack. Kinda see where I'm at bet, I guess, with my pair of jacks. She's gonna bet 15,000 into percent here, and I'm sure it's confusing to percent. Like, the board should generally be way better for percent here, so why does my opponent lead into me here?
Yeah, true, but kind of makes the easy decision for the pocket eights. I mean, pretty sure he saved at least one bet there.
Yeah, he did. He did definitely save it. Probably, like, I'm starting to wonder, those lead-ins generally not that strong, and very often they're like, I want to see where I'm at. So just note to self, start attacking those the so-called donk bets.
It's kind of true, kind of not. I mean, if you see like ace jack 5 board and you see like players start leading into board that heavily favors like the pre-flop raisers like range, then it kind of, in my opinion, looks more stronger, like
That's
than
true.
weaker.
This time it was the second pair, and I'm sure more often than not it's a hand like ace 10, ace 9, ace 8, or something like that. But the thing is, even if you think that they're not super strong in a situation, players might not still fold against the raise. So that's another trap you have to try and get yourself stayed away from. Ace 7 suited for Tane Levert, coming into this feature table and coming in raising with a suited ace.
Very playable hand, and has a stack to raise it up with.
And percent hasn't folded the offsuited ace 4 yet. Probably doesn't want us. Well, as I've said, he's been very keen on keeping that table captain position. Does not want to relinquish anything without a fight.
Posturing, but I think he's gonna end up folding here.
We'll see. He's at least thinking about it. No, he's grabbing for those blue chips.
These looks like a...
Is it just a call? Just a call with ace 4 off. That is surprising. He hasn't done moves like that prior to this hand, so kinda playing this one differently. Definitely not a big fan of calling hands like ace 4 off against the early position raise. It's an under the gun raise, an under the gun +1 call. You can easily get away from hand like ace 4 offsuit. But that brings along Eriksson maybe. I mean, Eriksson has a very short stack. He's very close to the money. Definitely, if he had like 200,000, he's definitely calling here. But 7k is a significant percentage of his remaining stack in this situation.
It is, but the pot is already like 38k and 7 to stick in, and if he hits something, he's gonna go with it, but decides to fold.
Decides to fold. Wants to not be in a situation where he possibly has to go with it with one pair. So Tanel Evert with ace-7 against Jon percent. And that is an ace-high board, so let's see what develops here. Of course, none of the players not too happy with their kicker, so we're not gonna see, like, unless a 7 or a 4 comes, we're not gonna see 3 streets here. Wouldn't be surprised to see percent check this one back as well and just kind of disguise the strength of his hand, also control the size of the pot.
Yeah, I see no big reason why to start building the pot here with a very weak top pair here. Might bet the flop, but definitely gonna check back on some street.
So he does bet 10,000, targeting those the King Jack, King Queen, Queen 10 Broadway type cards, which are definitely gonna call at least once. So 9 of diamonds adds a flush draw for Tanel Evert now, but still fairly decent chance that this one is gonna go gonna go split pot, because unless the river is a diamond 3, 5, 6 or a 7, this one is gonna go chopped up.
And percent decides to put some more chips into the pot, and a very easy call on the turn for Tanel here.
Percent does bet one more time. So really Tanel is selling the story that he has something like a King 10 to King Queen. Tanel definitely gonna call one more time, and unless percent improves on the river, I'm sure this one is gonna go check on the river. I don't think percent is gonna go for 3 streets of value. It's kind of turning your ace-4 into a bluff in that situation. That is an 8, meaning that these players are gonna chop this one up unless one of those players are gonna fold, which I think it's still gonna go check on the river. But percent might feel strongly that Tanel Evert isn't very strong here, but Tanel Evert probably gonna take the same line with ace-10. So he's gonna go check this one back, and players will chop it up.
And other players definitely will have some info from this hand that percent is
just call with ace-4.
Calling there with ace-4. I think it should put some alarm bells on, and maybe we see some spots being like squeezed more often in this table. Definitely by Baulius.
Marius Hole agrees with us on the chat that it's a bluff call with ace-4. He was expecting a funky raise, and that was true. If he raised there with ace-4, I wouldn't have minded. I mean, I think calling there is the worst you can do. I think it's an easy fold pre-flop. You can sometimes raise it if you feel like you kind of want to mix it up, but calling, you're gonna in a long run you're gonna be in a lot of sticky situations calling with hands like ace-4.
Yeah, I agree. You're definitely in the long run. You're not going to put yourself in a good spots there with this call, but he got lucky in a way in this spot.
Yep, players chop this one up, and we're gonna continue. But as you saw, it was Tanel Evert free rolling for the whole pot here. Any diamond there would have helped him.
And what if Tanel just bets like 3 streets here? What are you going to do there with an ace-4? Like, absolutely no idea.
Yeah. Which Tanel might have definitely have done if he had something like a Queen 10 or 10 Jack with a gut shot, and you're gonna hate your life starting turn.
Yeah,
with
very
ace-4.
difficult to do anything there.
So percent folds 7-5. Let's see if Kostitskis finds something to raise up with. Yes, he does. Wow. And if he gets a good hand, I mean, of course, Tanel Evert in the big line doesn't know how active Kostitskis has been, but he's one of those players who's gonna get, if anybody else gets anything at all, he's gonna get the max value, because he's been very active, and we've seen him already picking up queens, and his opponent pushed it all in with ace-10. And he eliminated the opponent. It's Elif now with King 10 suited, and he's gonna fold against Kostitskis. And that is surprising to me, because I was expecting to at least to see a call there. Eriksson.
Probably players are playing so tight in this
Because
point
of the bubble, right?
Yeah.
And Eriksson, he's gonna take his sweet time, get used to that with every single decision, because it makes him, it makes a lot of sense for him to try and reach the money with his 10 big blinds and take as long as he can, at least extra couple of seconds every hand.
Tanel
So
makes a quick release with an 8 deuce off.
Yeah, probably one of the worst hands you can find in a big blind facing a raise. So unfortunate for Kosticskis to not get any action with his aces there. 85 players remaining, so Eriksson looking more likely to make that money.
How many players get paid?
79, so
79.
6 more bust outs and we are in the money. We started this stream with 140 players, so we've lost players with a quite a good pace, if I do say so myself. You can see Tanel Evert, the newest player or addition to this featured table, and the biggest stack with 660,000 approximately, and it's seat 8 Kosticskis with 500,000 to his name, and Dmitry Dudakov has played solid, tight, aggressive style, has not been afraid to make moves when he has to do that to him. And that looks like a raise from Dudakov to 13,000.
I don't mind actually folding those small pocket pairs there in this spot, but nothing wrong with the raise also.
Yeah, definitely, especially near the bubble, you can let this small pocket pairs go. But I guess it still feels like he wants to play pots and wants to put other players in tough positions instead of staying away from them himself.
Let's see what Eriksson decides to do here, but probably gonna end up
Pretty
folding
sure he's gonna fold here,
against
yeah.
early position there, yeah.
It would have been interesting to see if he decided to go all in, if it's folded to him with King Jack with 10 big blinds, because with him taking that time, it seems like he's set to try to make that money. He's looking at the screen behind him as well. Tanel Evert folds the ace-9, and the ace-8 for percent is gonna be good enough for at least a call. Those two players have been battling it out quite often, and most of the time it's been Dudakov coming out on top. But ace-8 suited, good enough. I mean, ace-4 off was good enough for a call. Definitely good enough to defend his big blind. Try and hit a flush or a pair, or just see what develops on the flop there.
Looks like these are the raising chips, not sure.
He might even, yeah, turn his ace-8 into a raise. But if he's gonna raise there, I would really like to see a larger size there, something like 40, 45,000 even.
Percent definitely has a very interesting playing style. Everything he does, I would expect him to do the opposite. So it's very nice to see something like this. But he should get the fold from the pocket fours here.
Goes for 40,000, but Dudakov, I mean, he can kind of get sticky here with pocket fours and try to play this one out in position, but I'm pretty sure he's going to end up folding. But you never know. I mean, it is those players, they have quite a lot of history together, but no. I mean, pocket fours, they just don't play that well as a call against the 3-bets with these exact chip counts.
And Dudakov has a pretty nice stack here as well. I mean, but you misplay one 3-bet pot, and suddenly you're short, and you might be out of the tournament. So I really don't mind the fold there.
Exactly, and we've lost one more player from the outer tables, meaning that we are down to 84. We are not gonna reach the money before the break, but still, we are very, very close. So. I mean, this is a very exciting part, but the other part I really enjoy about poker is the so-called post-bubble bonanza. I mean, after the bubble is over, everybody's guaranteed themselves a bit of money, as well as the money jumps are not going to be that high. So this is the time where you have to make a move to try and build up a stack.
Yeah, indeed, those short stacks are very
inclined to go in with, example, Eriksson had King Jack there. I'm sure after the bubble he's definitely going all in there with King Jack against the single raise. So a couple of faults, and that is what I'm talking about. If is that no way Ringstad went? Oh, I think we're just doing a chip up. Yeah, he didn't go all in. It kind of looked like a move all in with Jack 4, but I guess we're just getting rid of those red chips, so we're gonna chip them up to bigger nominations during the break.
Expecting Eriksson to take some time here and releasing the Jack 5 suited as he has been doing so far.
Daniel from the button with King 9 suited. I mean, Eriksson still has chips, cards in his hand. So
yeah, he's still waiting, but hating the cards he has.
Yeah,
and,
already
releasing them,
that we're gonna fold
them now. But Tunnel should open here with a King 9, nice looking hand from the button.
Which he does, makes it 13,000 and percent with Ace 10 off. Should be a very tough decision, but I'm pretty sure percent is still gonna at least call here with Ace 10. But we saw him 3-bet with Ace 8 suited.
I'm gonna go with a 3-bet this time. Like as I've seen him playing a couple of hands, and if he 3-bets Ace 8 against the early position, he's loving this 3-bet Ace 10 off against the button here.
We will see. It looks like he has picked up quite a few of those blue chips. And
looks
he's
like a 3-bet for me.
Going to 3-bet. Yes, he will. 50,000 is the 3-bet, so goes larger this time against the button open from the small blinds.
Let's see if Tunnel wants to play a big pot here, but
no, he does not.
9, yeah.
That means we are going to go on a 20-minute break. During that break, ladies and gentlemen, you can go and register to that free roll tournament using the password Norway, as well as, might as well, you're watching from YouTube, click that subscribe button. It's free, and you can be up to date with everything we do during this and next festivals. Anyway, we are going to go on a 20-minute break. See you guys soon. Bye.
See you soon.
Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from our short break and we are getting very close to that in the money situation. 83 players remaining here at Coolbet Open Tallinn. And out of those 83 players, 79 will get the money. So 4 unlucky players will have to bust before we reach the money. And we have a new feature table for you. These are the previous feature table stacks, but the new feature table contains a couple of familiar faces from yesterday, as well as a couple of season tournament pros and a couple of recreational players who are making a move in this tournament. My name is Christian Laas and I am joined by, of course, the reigning champion of Coolbet Open Tallinn, Ott-Karli Toome. Hello.
Hello, hello. We have some familiar names at the feature table. Seat 3 should be Estonian player Tarmo Tammel, who is playing, I think, all of the live tournaments that are going on in Tallinn. And on seat number 6 we have a Norwegian girl who was yesterday playing most of the time at the feature table. I think her name was Linda.
Yes. Line was her first name. It's Sverksson or something. We will get familiar with her very soon. It's kind of difficult to remember all 600 names, but we will do our best as we move forward. Of course, the players are gonna bust, and you're gonna get more and more familiar with the remaining players. We know that probably our chip leader at this tournament at one of our outer tables is the Estonian Ranno Sootla with a huge stack that might be close to $1 million already.
Yeah, he's crushing the tournament so far, but for sure there is a lot to be played until we reach our highly anticipated final table of the Coolbet Open.
65,900 euros for the winner of this tournament. Buy-in for this tournament was 550 euros, and we will continue with 3,000, 6,000, and another 6,000 in big blind antes. So the blinds are getting big. The average stack is 235,000. So we are remaining at this 40 big blind average stack, which is very nice for all the players of this tournament. So a lot of playability still left, and of course the short stacks, once the bubble should burst at some point, probably during this level, then the shorter stacks are gonna get their stacks in soon enough, and we're gonna go even deeper. We're playing 45-minute levels, which I kind of enjoy. It's kind of in the mix of this super deep stack and just a regular normal tournament. I think for me 1 hour levels are a bit even too long. So 45 minutes is the preferable level size for a main event for me, personally. But yes, Tarmo Tammel, I can tell about him. He's taken me out of the last 2 live events I've played. So I have quite a lot of history in the recent times with him. Very strong player, and always seems to have the goods when the chips go in.
We see the cutoff raising here.
Yes, we do. Another new player to our feature table at least. And I think I forgot my water somewhere. No, it's here. But it's heads up between the cutoff and
the small blind, I think.
Is it the small blind holding cards? Yes,
Yeah.
seat number 1. So the small blind does check while we get all the players' information, their names and their chip stacks inserted in our system, so we can't have the cards for you just right now. But free roll tournament just started 3 minutes ago. So ladies and gentlemen, the password is written right under us here. You can see the password is Norway. We are giving away 500 euros worth of tickets today for you guys. So good luck to everybody participating in the free roll. And if you want your free spins, you can use the promo code COOLBOOK, and you can get 20 free spins at the slot game called Book of Dead. So, really exciting to see who will bring the biggest stacks. It seems like Tarmo Tammel has something like 240,000 in front of him, but there are a couple of bigger stacks, noticeably bigger stacks as well. Seat number 1, similarly, like 230, 240 for him as well. But my eyes are on the lady who was crushing the feature table yesterday, seat number 7, and I cannot really pick up. She seems to have a lot of those yellow chips worth 1,000 each, and quite a few of those blue ones. So I'm guessing about 250 as well for her.
I remember yesterday she had the chip tower she has them now built nicely, but yesterday they were gray chips. Now she switched them against
exactly
yellow chips. So
switches the green 25 chip nominations to 1,000 chip nominations. This is exactly what you want to do in a tournament poker. Just keep on building, and stack them to the top. And you can see seat number 5 looking at that screen, and that is very important for these players, because the next 4 bust outs do not get any money, and the 79 players do get at least 1,020 euros for them.
seat number 8 looks to be rather short stacked, if I see it correctly. At least I don't see any chip tower there.
Seat number 8 or seat number 9, you mean?
Seat number 9.
Yes,
yeah.
seat number 9. Yeah, it is. It seems like something close to 40,000. So he's gonna be at risk, probably, or trying to fold his way into the money. Looking at that screen behind him very carefully, or trying to pick up a very strong hand to move in with, and possibly double up. So seat 8 with what looks like the biggest stack of the table. comes in with a raise and gets everybody to fold. So it was Kuok raising it up with 600,000, yes, as a stack of 600,000 in front of him. Just a second as I try to... So Kuok with Jack 3 this time releases that hand, not good enough, but I expect her to pressure a lot, and the last 45k goes in with Queen 7 on the bubble. That is very loose. He's not afraid to bust during the bubble. That is surprising to me.
Looks like the ace-5 is going to fold, so that's one small win for the spin.
I'm sure it's gonna get a lot of better hands to fold, but it still is risking bubbling this tournament with Queen 7. I would have expected him to be very tight in this situation, and we see Simon Forendal with pocket 7s from the small blind. Let's see if he wants to isolate this one. Or probably during the bubble you just want to call here, and in case your big blind is going to go all in, you can still get away from the 7s, but I think 7's a bit too strong to just fold. So he's going to make the call. The big blind does fold.
Very unfortunate for the Queen 7.
That is an impressive stack for Lina there, but gets a call for 7, so you really don't want to be against that hand. But once you get a queen, I mean, you're in the best situation you can be in poker almost. So needs a queen to stay alive or running clubs. There is no queen, just one club on the flop. So 102,000 in the middle, needs a club or a queen on a turn. That is a 7 of spades, so now just a queen on a river, or we lose Forendal in 83rd place, just out of the money. And yes, we do, probably left thinking if he should have shoved there with Queen 7, but that means we only have 82 players remaining, and we lose Forendal in 83rd place. Just close enough. Close, but not close enough, unfortunately, for our Swedish players. So he's busted. A small pot for pocket 7s there, but very important for him because he only had 160,000, now closer to that average stack, which is 241,000. And indeed, that was 82nd place for Forendal. So 81 players remaining now. Just 2 more bust outs needed to reach the money.
I think it was the Finnish player here who was busted out with a Queen 7.
Yes, I might have been mistaken there.
But we continue 6-handed.
Yes, we do, which means it favors heavily the big stacks off the table. And there seems to be only one sitting at seat number 8. But it's Tarmo Tammel with 300,000, so it wasn't much off, guessing 280 there.
Picks up an ace-10, definitely a raising hand here.
Gonna come in, even though he's raising into the biggest stacks, big blind ace-10 is just too strong of a hand. 600 from the cutoff. Gets through 1, but not gonna get through Lina Lindholm's pocket 9s. Let's see how Lina decides to play during the bubble. I mean, you can definitely 3-bet here with 9s, but you will open up the pot again should you do that. So she's just going to call with a strong hand, and that gets rid of Kuok from the big blind. So heads up to the flop. Couple of overcards to Lina's pocket 9s. King for deuce, so 9 still ahead. but Tarmo is definitely going to c-bet that board. And he's gonna bet something like 14,000, I'm guessing, knowing Tarmo Dammel. Let's see what's the size.
Looks something half pot or something for me. 15,000.
15,000. So close, goes for a smaller size, as was expected. And Lina is gonna call once here with her nines. Wants to see what develops. Is Tarmo gonna continue firing? Just one over cards to the nines. 5 is a safe card. Adds a flush, straight draw for Tarmo here. Mr. Serinza wants to know, what games did the left caster play for a living? So that's a question for you, Oetkarli.
Sorry, what was the question again?
What games did you play for a living?
Mostly mid-stakes cash games.
Well, that might have been a question for me, the left caster. I mean, I can also answer that. When I played poker professionally, I played the heads-up cash games and no limit hold'em tournaments, mid to low stakes.
So Tarmo decides to check down the ace-10 and sees the bad news that Lina had 2 pair, 9s and 4s. It's a nice extra chips for Lina.
Yeah, nice. And gonna take every pot like this. I mean, every pot is very important at this stage of the tournament, and Tarmo just decided to give up. Figured she's not gonna get too many folds out of Lina after a call from the flop. Not a very favorable run out as well to continue firing. Probably would have continued on a queen, on a jack, possibly on an ace. But Tarmo, very seasoned player, has a lot of experience in those big field tournaments, mid-stakes buy-ins, those 500s and 1000s. So he's been, I mean, more often than not, you're gonna see this guy on a final table. Like he's been, I think he's been at half of the final tables I've commentated on. So he knows his way around the tournament scene and navigates his chips well. Kuok now with queen 4 off from the small blind and comes in with a raise to 17,000. So he's not making it very large. Just playing the big stack and trying to play post flop and steal these ones away post flop more often than not. Serinza, we are both Estonian. I was born in Tallinn, lived a lot of my grown-up life in Pärnu, and now back in Tallinn, the capital of Estonia.
Kuok continues with a 20k c-bet, and it should be an easy continue for Erik with a second pair.
Femdal does hit the second pair and probably gonna have to peel one off here. But no, I mean, that's if that is the case and players are folding second pairs, I mean, I don't even mind small raises pre-flop. You want to kind of build the pot, and so you have more money to be to steal away post-flop.
Yeah, I was surprised to see a fold there.
Yeah, very surprising. I mean, if you're calling with 6-9, definitely not good enough to start to call just to hit top pair or 2 pair or better. So you have to call those second pairs at least once. You get to play in position. You get to see what your opponent does on a turn. So so if you don't feel comfortable playing too many second pairs, you are probably better off folding that hand pre-flop then.
I agree, yeah, especially against the small blind raise there, which can be the range can be really like wide there.
As we saw, Queen 4 raising. Queen 4 obviously ahead of 6-9, but in terms of playability, probably 6-9 plays better, especially post-flop. But it's we have a new player joining us at the feature table, sitting down at seat number 4. Not familiar for me just yet, but I'm sure we're gonna get to know him, and can't really see how much. He doesn't bring a big stack to the table, that's for sure. He's bringing something close to 150,000, so a bit less than the average of the tournament, but still healthy enough to definitely make the money should he stay away from trouble. So what you plan? So do you plan on playing any side events?
No, unfortunately, I have no time to play anything during this series, but...
Not even cash games?
Not even cash games, but hopefully there will be something coming up in the future where I can play something. Definitely planning something to play in the next Coolbet Open.
The thing is, like, watching players play and commentating on their play, it kind of gives you that itch to play, and you pick up so many like small nuances of how players play, like seeing with the cards and how the body reacts, and like for me, how it's been usually. But my best results always come after commentating it, because it's still freshly on mind, and you kind of, people tend to act similarly in some situations. So it's like, if you're watching the stream and you want to pick up something, I mean, take a notice and try and find like maybe some tells or similarities in how players approach situations, and you can apply it and use it in your own either home game or a casino game or even online.
Yeah, definitely. 2 days ago when I entered the tournament area and I heard the chips sounds, you know, how the players are playing with the chips, then I got the feeling that I want to play. But
that's the thing, when you and me, we have a very similar transition, like from professional poker player to another field, but still very close with poker and casino industry in general. So it's you never get the poker player fully out of you. You still have that urge to sometimes play and put your chips in the mix and test yourself against the best.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. But we see Kwok making a re-raise with a flopped 2-pair.
Not afraid at all.
Done. But if I'm not wrong, we saw a pair of sixes there, like folded. I think it was the small blind.
Yeah, I noticed it myself. And was it pre-flop, right?
I think it was pre-flop.
Yeah. But we've seen Kwok is not afraid to pressure. And those types of situations is even worse. You don't expect the player with an 8 to raise there too often and just continue calling. So if you start making the mistake of thinking that, let's see, your opponent has 7 there, and you're thinking, oh, my opponent probably isn't raising an 8 there, then you might end up calling there with a lot of hands by thinking that your opponent is way too bluff heavy there and maybe raising just trips there. So in that situation, player like Kwok can get paid with a marginal hand way more than you regularly should.
I don't mind Kwok raising his 2-pair in this spot. I mean, to kill the equity immediately and pick up the pot. Other than to start like calling down with an 8, it can create more problems for him.
And especially in a situation like this where he's inclined to raise a lot of flops anyway. I mean, you need to widen your value range as well to raise with. So I'm not saying that I hate to play with a raise with a Jack 8. I was completely opposite. I was trying to praise it, so I really do like it.
But looks like we have a table captain here.
Oh yeah. Kwok raising with Queen 6, getting Tarmo Tammel to fold the King 7. So I mean, he's just he's doing what you're expected to do in a bubble situation. Just 2 players from the money. You're the only big stack. Everybody else is, they're not super short, meaning that they have a lot to lose should they bust. So he can just, I mean, even though everybody else knows he can raise with a lot of air, there's still nothing they can do. Obviously, they can do plus chip EV moves, but in terms of burning money, you really have to stay away from a player like Kwok in a situation like that, even if you know his range is full of very wide and full of weak holdings, like King 6 is. And Serinza noticed that it was big blind that folded 6s to an open raise there, which is surprising to me. Being the last player to act, you kind of want to try and see the flop with 6s, and just even for the set value.
Walk keeps the pressure going and opens up with another suited capper here.
Love to see it, love to see it. Overström is gonna fold the ace-7. I mean, you're gonna get so many stronger hands to fold by raising there. So let's see how many chips. Yeah, it is close to 150,000, 142,000. Olaf Snildal from Norway, and he's gonna have to fold the 5 deuce and another. I mean, every single time he raises, he picks up 15 or even 16,000. So very nice to see. 15,000 he should pick up because we're playing 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 ante. So let's see how long he can do it. I mean, as long as the bubble situation remains, then he can continue and press with basically anything. It's not any two situation, but it's like 70% of your cards you can raise there comfortably. And I don't know if 70% is correct, but it must be close there. And he's raising again, this time with King Queen.
Erik with a pair of 5s decides to probably
will call, right?
folded the 5s there.
Folds. I mean, wow. Which I don't mind. I mean, it's at this point you're happy. You're probably gonna lose most two orbits of chips and just guarantee yourself making the money without playing a hand there.
Now Tarmo has a decision like, is he gonna call or is he gonna 3-bet? I think he's deciding what's his best move here.
Tarmo is not a player who's afraid to make moves. This we know about him. But at the same time, do you want to... No, he wants to raise. He recognizes that Kuok is opening wide, so he's gonna 3-bet to 52,000. And let's see how Kuok responds, because Kuok actually has a decent hand this time. He does have the King Queen, but he's probably thinking Tarmo isn't 3-betting him that wide, maybe not even with a hand as wide as ace-10 suited. So Tarmo not letting anybody run over this table if he can do anything about it. I've been in countless situations with Tarmo when he's been in Kuok situation or I've been in Kuok situation, and every single time it's with us it's the same. We really don't like each other, don't like to let each other take this position away, and just keep each other honest. And he does the same for Kuok.
Let's see if Kuok picks up another hand to raise, as he's the first.
Yes, he does.
First guy.
Yes, he does, and it gets even better for Kuok now.
Gets rewarded with pocket jacks.
This time with pocket jacks.
And here comes the raise.
And I pray for the rest of the field that they don't wake up with 10s there, because that might mean trouble. Overström folds the 10-5, that's easy. Dammel folds the 6 deuce, another easy decision. Kinda what you want against the big stack. A7, probably an easy fold as well for Snildal.
Fold it to the big blind, and yeah, King goes off. Decides to defend,
yeah,
so we're gonna see the flop.
She's gonna make the call. Has one live card. Can hit the king to take the lead, but that is a very good flop for pocket jacks. Obviously, you're not a big fan of those 3 clubs, but you're not worried at all. You're flopping top set. You start to try to get value. In case Lina has something like king deuce with a king of clubs.
And should be an easy check bet fold here.
Yeah, Lina just completely misses. Probably the worst flop you want to see when you have king deuce. Let's see the sizing. Let's learn something about Kwok here.
Looks like a 15k, 1/3 pot.
Yes, it does. And Lena just quickly checks in case she has a club and gives this one up. And Kwok takes another small one. This time with a decent hand, and we have lost one player from the outer table. So we are playing the direct bubble here. I wonder if we're playing hand by hand as well, since this feature table is one level down than the main tournament area. So the main tournament area is played in the Hilton Casino, and this feature table is in the Olympic Casino. But it looks like, yes, we are playing hand by hand. So the dealers get the information once they can deal out the cards. Hand by hand means that all the tables must finish the hand before we deal out another table. Otherwise, some tables are in a disadvantage by playing 3 hands while one table plays 1 hand. So the short stacks there are in a disadvantage. So we play 1 hand at a time.
This is the very interesting time in the tournament.
Yeah, exciting.
Everyone is excited, and
I'm sure there are a couple of 10 to 15k stacks who are just waiting for others to bust there. Maybe someone's still left with just, I don't know, a couple of k, just praying and hoping. So we do wait.
And I think it's Akseli on seat number 9 who was here with us on the stream also yesterday, back on the feature table, if I'm right, but it looked to be very much like him.
We can't see him right now, but he did glance through us. We did add those white 25k chips as well. At the moment, at this table, it looks like Kwok is the only player to hold them, but yeah, it is Akseli.
It is, yeah.
Akseli from Finland bringing, unless he has any of those white chips, he doesn't bring a super large stack to the table. It seems like something close to 200k maybe. Not sure how evenly the...
Oh, is it Akseli? I'm not
sure either, actually. It's Akseli or his doppelganger.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, you have a chance to enter our free roll. We are giving 500 euros worth of tickets away, or Coolbet is giving away. The password is Norway. You can see down below us all the promotional information, and be sure to register. It's for all you guys watching the stream, enjoying the players play, and supporting Coolbet. And while you're at it, you can subscribe to Coolbet's YouTube channel as well. It's free. And you can be up to date with all the cool things Coolbet does, all the promotional stuff we put out to YouTube, as well as the entertaining videos they develop. So it's time for another hand. Still haven't burst the bubble yet, but we get to see another hand, and it seems like we are playing 8-handed, yes, because we did balance the table out with either Akseli or his or someone looking like him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him now. Yeah. So welcome back, Akseli.
Welcome back, Akseli.
Another strong player at the feature table.
So it's a... Is it a call? No.
Looks like an AK in the middle. So yeah, it's a call from
It's a call
Erik.
from Femdal. So Femdal just calls.
But we've seen some unorthodox move from Erik before, so maybe not the reason to be too surprised here.
Yeah, both players with a backdoor flush draw. Kwok with a straight draw as well, but ace-high still ahead. Let's see if Kwok tries to... I'm not surprised about the call on the check on the flop from Kook, because he's like probably a little bit worried about the just call before the flop. Players tend to do it sometimes with aces or kings are very strong hands. So he does turn the straight on the turn. So now a very strong hand for Kook. Femdal with just an ace high and they gotcha. Needs a check to take the lead, but instead gets the ace, and let's see if it gets him into any trouble, because Kook has the nuts at the moment. Has the ace high straight.
Kwok, in theory, definitely can have some low diamond that can bluff the river here, and I can see Eric paying off the river, and which he does.
Kwok can probably turn something like a 10 or an 8 into a bluff as well, maybe trying to get rid of an ace or a king or a queen. Probably not too many just kings or queens though in a limp range. So another decent one for Kwok, a nice run out for him actually. But I'm guessing like if the turn isn't a 10.
How these chips are not falling there, I'm very...
that is a very impressive, I mean, don't you just kind of get that urge?
I can see them wobbling around, but they've been
it's surprisingly
nicely there.
Yeah, it's surprisingly sturdy.
Yeah.
You would assume it to be a much more fragile as it is. Did we burst the bubble though? We went straight into the next hand, so did we miss it? Let's see from the table before, because it's very possible we did actually burst the bubble here during this hand, because we moved straight to the next hand, or we just played the hand
Lina with a beautiful 9-10 suited from the bottom. Definitely she's going to open it up, and looks like a 17k raise. 18k.
The blinds are 4,000 and 8,000 instead, it looks like.
Should pick up the blinds and antes.
Unless Axel bought 231,000 instead. Jonas Grönström, you can see the free roll password. Oh, you can't at the moment, but the password is Norway. Go ahead and join the password, join the free roll and enjoy the free tickets added by Coolbet. No, still 80 players remaining, so we are still playing hand by hand. Meaning that the next player to bust does not get any money. 79 players guarantee themselves at least 1,020 euros. First place takes home 65,900 euros. Buy-in for this event was 550. 302 players made it to day 2, and we are down to 80. We generated a prize pool close to 320,000 euros. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. And we are ready to deal out another hand. Do you think, and that is just, it doesn't mean that I think that, but what's your opinion? During hand-by-hand period, do you think the tournament clock should be stopped, or do you think it should get ticking? Because you're not getting full value of the time, but at the same time, I mean, you're still playing a hand.
Haven't thought about it so deeply, to be honest, so I cannot, like, I need some time to figure out like what would be like the so-called GTO for this. I don't really know.
The thing, yeah, there's like there's, let's say there's 10 tables remaining, right? Which there are. 9 players are getting cheated out of their time, 9 tables, and 1 is getting the full time that they use the ticket. So it's like I mean, it's a pseudo problem that I just created in my mind, but since we have some off time anyway, so I might as well just try and think of some ideas that don't need fixing. Jack 10 suited flops a flush draw. Pocket deuces do not get a set, so they fold, and another small pot for Kuok. Kuok started this final table with 650-ish, so just by picking away those blinds and antes and small pots, he is up to 750.
I've been really impressed by how Kwok is approaching this feature table, and his stack. He's been putting the pedal to the...
It seems like Kuok has been around the poker tables every now and then, because a lot of, like, let's say amateur players or players who don't have that much experience with bubble play, when they find themselves in a big stack situation, they just don't realize the fact that how much they can abuse it. So Kuok definitely realizes it and definitely takes advantage of it. Of course, he's actually getting decent hands as well, but we've seen from the start of this level that he doesn't need too good hands to pressure other players.
So far seems for me that from the later position, any suited something is good for him to open up.
Yeah, for sure. You can see VPIP of 71, aggression frequency of 60-19. VPIP, of course, means
voluntarily put in pot.
Yeah, so basically how many pots, how many hands he plays. Aggression frequency is a bit more difficult for me. I'm sure you know how to explain it. So given the chance, how often does he bet at it? Is it?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it's calculated here in the tournaments, but it should be like any aggressive move he makes, like post flop, I think, like bets or something like this.
Of course, we don't have too much, many hands with this feature table just yet. I think we played about 10 to 15 hands, so take everything with a grain of salt, of course, and obviously this being the bubble situation, all those percentages are gonna be different than they normally are.
Yeah, the sample is just so little here.
Sample is small, and it is in a very specific situation. So,
yeah.
But at the same time, in these specific situations, the percentages are gonna go to the extremes. The larger stacks are gonna play way more hands, and so on. Olaf Snildal, he is probably gonna fold. So he does.
Simon with an ace-10 opens up. Pray that his raise doesn't get 3-bet, but which it will, yeah. As Lena picks up an ace-king from the hijack.
During the bubble, I think if you call here, you even more incentivize the big stacks to play against you, so you really want to come in with a raise here.
Lena is happy to... okay, I'm not sure if happy, but he's definitely 3-betting with a plan. If it gets 4-bet shoved, it will, and I mean, chips will go in, but I'm pretty sure Simon will find a fold there.
Especially especially against a smaller stack, you definitely don't mind going all in with ace-king. Obviously, you're not super thrilled about it during the bubble. I mean, no short stack is gonna put it in super wide, but ace-king is just too strong of hand. You're gonna flip too often, you're gonna split too often, and sometimes you're ahead of ace-queen.
But we've seen players in a deeper level in tournaments, they are playing their hands more passively, but really happy to see that Lena doesn't mind the 3-bet here with an ace-king, and
I do agree with that.
she's talking something about 4-bet bluffing, so let's see if that realizes. Friends from yesterday, actually, and Lena.
And she's second in chips at this feature table, so still doing good. Average stack is close to 300,000. 280, so it's a pretty short stack table besides Kuok here. Everybody's either average or well below average. They're not short per se. I mean, our average smallest stack is 17 big blinds still.
And we still haven't bursted the bubble, so we are waiting one player to bust. Was it 79?
Yes, 79.
So one more, yeah.
So we're gonna see quite a few folds.
Don't mind the fold with a
yes,
9-10 in this
definitely.
situation here with a 160k stack. Let's see if Kwok decides to open up. I'm expecting him to open up this Jack 6 as he's done previously, so yeah.
He does, so we know it's as wide as Jack 6. We saw him raise King 6 previously. No, he just called from the hijack with Jack 6. That is surprising to me. Should have quite a lot of fold equity pre-flop.
I think he might made a misclick there with maybe he wanted to raise but ended up with a call.
Might have been. Maybe he wanted to make it bigger, but no, I mean, Tarmo Tammel just checks the flop with ace-jack suited, so we'll see what develops here.
Tarmo with a very hidden nut flush draw here, like if he...
We had someone say hey to their friends. Does not hit the flush though. Still with an ace high, still ahead.
Kwok picks up a nice turn where to continue betting, and Tarmo has at this point nothing else to do rather than to call down. Let's see how big the bet is, but looks like a pretty big, like a 30k, yeah. Tarmo is an interesting spot, but yeah, nothing you can do then.
Still gonna call. I mean, ace high flush draw there, super strong.
Let's see if it bricks and what Kwok is.
Is he gonna fire one more time? That is a good question. That is a brick, and that is a king high, pair of kings. I mean, on the board. So
come on, Kwok, go for
you
a
can do it.
barrel.
Yeah, even though it's our countrymate, I mean, I want to see some aggressive play. And it's actually interesting if Tammel might even level himself into calling, which would be a good call. But Tarmo has checked it over to Kuok now. And Kuok knows that all the draws missed. Unless Tarmo had a king of spades, it is fairly likely he missed the draw. And Tarmo shows the ace-jack and gets the good news. Another hand for Tarmo here.
What do you think? Was Tarmo gonna call the river? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, probably gonna fold.
Yeah, I mean, my read is that Kwok made a misclick pre-flop and he wanted to raise, and his line looked pretty strong. If he bets the river, I think there's nothing you can do there with an ace high.
I wonder how that hand goes if he's raising pre-flop. Does he give up by the river, or maybe there's more incentive? I'm sure if he's raising pre-flop, Tarmo is just calling, and we'll see, and we will never know. Guys, the password for today's free roll is Norway. Norway as in the country Norway. So go ahead and join the free roll. You still have some time to enjoy the 500 euros worth of tickets given out by Coolbet. You can do it on your PC, you can download the client on your phone. But now we are still playing hand by hand. Still 80 players remaining. Nobody wants to be the next one. It's probably definitely the worst position to fall out. You've been playing for almost 2 full days. We started at 12 p.m. today, so they've been playing 8 hours today, and you really don't want to bust after 2 grueling days of poker. You want to at least guarantee yourself that min cash, which is worth more than 1,000 euros.
Simon with a suited ace, but just not a very nice position here, and expecting a fold, which he does.
He does fold the suited ace. Would have been interesting to see if he's gonna raise with something like ace 10 suited there, or if he's gonna fold that as well. Kwok finds another hand to raise with, so makes it 16. Back to his raising ways now. Kim Overström folds the ace 8, as does Tarmo, so just a big blind. Olaf Snildal, he's gonna fold, so still we're not gonna lose anyone from this feature table. We still have 9 outer tables of possible eliminations, but we're gonna wait until those now outer tables are gonna finish their hands. And after this level, we reach a little bit of, a checkpoint in every tournament. Once the blinds go up to 5,000, 10,000, the tournament starts to feel a little bit special, a little bit more special. You feel like you actually can make a run at it, no matter what tournament it is, once the levels go up there.
Surprised to see Tarmo taking a break on the button here. Or I see the clock is stopped actually. Did we burst the bubble?
I think there was an all-in and a call in a couple of tables, so I'm not sure. I heard the phrase all-in and a call being said. But the clock indeed has been stopped. I don't see the reason behind clock being stopped though. The thing is, yes, I was talking about it previously, but what could be the reason behind clock being stopped? Even if we burst the bubble, do we go on a small break, or?
Probably they're gonna just continue on playing and announce something that all the players are in the money, and play continues or something like this.
Meanwhile, I was thinking why my belly is doing the rumbles, but we haven't had a daily pizza yet. I think that's the problem. I'm getting used to getting my daily pizza delivered here, and it's like Pavlov's dog reaction. Like they train me to get pizza at a certain times, and once I don't get it, my belly just—it's not like I'm super hungry. I shouldn't be.
It looks we still have 80 players left, so I guess
yes,
the all-in player who was at risk of busting the tournament got a double or something, and the play continues.
Probably got the double up, yes. Obviously, unless they are super short with like under 2 big blinds, you expect the short stack to have the better hand, unless it's a cooler situation. More often than not, it is the middling stacks clashing against each other in a bubble situation.
We're gonna see an interesting hand there, as these short stacks who neither of them wants to bust here, but will fight for the pot here.
Erik Femden can feel like a big stack bully here. I mean, everybody has something here. I mean, Simon Förendal still has the pair of 7s, might seem pretty strong. It's Olaf Snildal with overcard and a flush draw.
Let's see what the 7s are gonna do. I'm gonna go with a fold here, to be honest.
Probably.
Olaf has been playing pretty tight, and not much to with the 7s. So if I was him, I would definitely fold at this spot. So yeah.
He does release the 7s. Erik Femdal, after limping in with ace-6, he's gonna make the call. He is in front for now, but Olaf Snildal can hit a jack, 8, or a heart. That is a 10 of hearts, giving Olaf a flush here, but Erik still not drawing dead. But I don't think Erik is gonna see the river though. Erik can hit a 10 or a 6 to make a full house, facing a bet of 30,000, and Erik is kinda in a tough situation here. He could be. He's really no. It's 30,000, not 13,000 on a 10. But he does go.
What's going on in this hand?
That is weird. And Snildal now checks, and Erik definitely is gonna check behind, hoping his ace-6 is good here. And Olaf, surprisingly, I mean, what does Olaf do if Erik goes all in here? That would be interesting in a
That's the question of the day. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably Erik has been playing kind of surprisingly for me. Very unpredictable.
In a situation like this, I mean, of course you're like kind of afraid of running into it, but at the same time, I mean, if you are gonna go and check call a bet, should there be a bet? Is it better to shove all in yourself to target some tens? Something like 10 jack, queen 10, king 10, ace 10, 10, 9, all those hands that can limp.
Yeah, that definitely can be a play there.
But at the same time, nobody wants to risk it all during the bubble. Or do you check and hope your opponent is gonna bluff all in on the river with a missed flush draw himself? I don't know. There's no right answer. Every situation is new and every situation is changing. So a lot of variables in poker in general. King 8 definitely gonna hit the muck from Tarmo Dammel.
I think he would open maybe a suited version of the King 8, but not the offsuit one. But no.
No, he's gonna come in with a raise with King 8. Kind of surprising to me, but I guess it's the... No, actually not that surprising to me. The big stack already folded. I mean, two of those three players are at immediate risk of possibly bussing against Tarmo. So when he gets a chance, he's gonna apply pressure, and that's just his style of poker, and it's always working out for him. It's been working out for him for years. So he's gonna. Why change something if it's not broken? Or why fix something if it's not broken? We still have 1 more minute of this level, and we are still playing the bubble. So still 80 players remaining, 79 of them will get the money, but one unlucky person will go home without the main event cash at least. Of course, there are still plenty of side events to be played. As we are waiting all the outer tables to finish the hand once we continue. This is taking longer than expected. We started this, obviously every bubble is gonna take a lot of time, but during that bubble play, the average stack is gonna go considerably shorter. The average at the moment is 244,000, so next level is 5 and 10, so we're gonna play 24 big blind average stack all of a sudden. So just because during the bubble, of course after the bubble it's gonna normalize things. All the short stacks are gonna go all in, and some of them are gonna bust, some of them are gonna double up. But
we see some unexpected VPIP for the Finnish guys.
You never see it from the Finnish guys, don't you?
Combined 0%.
Overström and Valaja with 0% VPIP. Of course, Oxley hasn't had a chance to play too many hands. He doesn't have a huge stack, of course, and it is the bubble, so the clock has been stopped 1 more time, meaning that there's probably an all-in and a call on one of the outer tables. This is getting exciting. I heard it, oi, from the background. Does it mean we burst the bubble? Or does it mean one of the cash game table players got a bad beat? This feature table is right next to the cash games, and we had 6 or 7 cash game tables running at the moment, so could be one of the two. either of the two, I should say. We should be playing. We haven't touched that today, but we are probably playing down to 3 or possibly 2 tables, and depending on how many players fall out or how fast they fall out. But since the turnout was quite huge, we're not going to play down to the final table quite today. But we will definitely be back tomorrow, and you're going to see the action, and you're going to see who's going to be crowned the Coolbet Open Tallinn winner of 2022. Does it hurt for you a bit, knowing that you're going to lose the reigning winner champion? You didn't even get a chance to defend your title, so maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the way to go. Let's just go out on top and not even get a chance for somebody to bust you.
No, it doesn't hurt. And I'm really happy that Coolbet Open is back after so long anticipation and waiting, and happy to see players enjoying the live tournament in Tallinn, having fun, playing some poker, maybe a few beers.
Yeah, definitely. Kwok is raising 52% of the hands pre-flop, so kind of as expected in a bubble sitch. And you see if Tarmo Tammel has played a hand, he's gone to showdown. As well as Valaja, of course, actually hasn't played any hands, so it shows 100%. And Olaf Snildal has played 1 hand, and he's gone to showdown in that. But Tarmo has played quite a few hands. He's played at least 3 flops and went to showdown on each and every one of those 3 flops. As we move to another level, meaning that not this hand, but the next hand, we will start playing 5 and 10,000 antes. Ace 9, Ace 9. Ace 9 hits the mark, but look at that. Tarmo Tammel wakes up with pocket aces from the hijack. It's gonna come in with a raise.
Probably for some action.
Probably the worst time to actually... No, it's the big stack on the big blind still, so I mean, he can definitely get some action from the big stack, so probably the best time to find aces then.
Let's see what Simon decides to do here with the 10s. Is he gonna shove? Is he gonna call?
I didn't even notice those 10s. I mean, that is a cooler for Forendal. I would not be surprised to see a shove here. That sucks. I mean, I kind of feel sick if I get 10s in that situation. I kind of feel like I have to go for it.
He calls.
Let's make a call.
Ooh.
Pocket kings for... Oh no! Line Lindholm is covered by a very small margin by Tarmo Tammel. Simon Forendal, by just calling, he's gonna save himself the money spot, because if Simon goes all in, Line goes all in over the top, and Simon having a shorter stack, he's gonna be left in 80th place.
That's true. Can really Line be the bubble?
No way. That is the worst thing to happen in poker. In direct bubble, you still have a very decent stack, and this is why I said it's usually the average stacks going all in once they get a cooler. That's a 3-bet to 95,000, and Tarmo Tammel has done something incredibly good in his previous life, because he runs the purest. Of course, he hasn't won this hand yet, but it's always him fighting himself in this situation, and always it's him with the aces. And this is me just feeling very jealous, but as a very friendly person with Tarmo, I'm feeling happy for him. But that is just the sickest spot to find yourself in.
Lina still has 20%, but let's see. I mean, the chips are not in yet, so.
But I mean,
they have to go. But let's see. I've been seeing like sick things in poker, so.
I'm wondering if Tarmo is waiting here, of course, to make it look like he's weaker than he is, but it just favors him so much to hear that somebody's all in and out to tables as well. It's making it more likely that Lina wants to go all in with something like Ace-King, that she might still fold. I mean, Simon has to fold.
Simon has to fold here, and Lina, she doesn't look very...
I mean, I feel like throwing up here. I think Lina is covered by Tarmo Tammel as well, and this is aces versus kings in the direct bubble on the featured table. We are still waiting to turn our table cards over, because I think there's someone all in upstairs as well, but we are not sure if Lina is on the verge of bubbling this tournament with kings against aces or not. Yesterday she was the one getting aces against kings, but now can she hit the miracle king?
And this is a big pot, and Lina still has spades.
It's a huge pot.
It's in two remaining kings.
2.5 times the tournament average, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
We are still waiting. This is just disaster that has already happened, but waiting for happening. Aces versus kings on the bubble.
The guy with the tens must feel really happy there.
I'm sure there's gonna be a 10 on a flop though. No help for kings. Not even running hearts can help her. A 3 is actually a good card for kings, making it more likely that they're gonna chop this one at least. She's hoping for a 3.
Blank
It's
on
a
the
9
turn.
of
It's a king or a
clubs.
king only.
She needs a king on the river, else she will be our bubble girl, and that is close, but not a king. Oh, wow. That just absolutely hurt. That is pocket kings versus pocket ace on a direct bubble. Lina Lindholm finishes the tournament in 80th place, and I'm sure Tarmo Tammel, he will take it, but everybody at the table feels the pain that Lina must feel right now.
I'm feeling really, really sorry for Lina.
But
so
what
unfortunate spot. I mean, it's so. This game is sometimes so sick. I mean,
this game can be brutal, but at the same time, it's 79 players who can cheer after this hand, because we are officially in the money, ladies and gentlemen. 79 players remaining. Everybody has guaranteed themselves 1,020 euros, but now it's time to make a move for that 65,900 euros for the winner. And now you don't have much to lose. Now it's time to make some moves. So let's see what develops here.
Tarmo takes a well-deserved sip of beer. Must feel nice there with after winning this huge pot.
And I let the highlight crew know as well that if you guys want a highlight hand for tomorrow, this is definitely deserving to be one. We just witnessed the sickest bubble of all time. I mean, that's the way the chips go sometimes. We have paused the tournament clock for at least a second, but now it does continue.
I heard there is a dinner break also coming up soon.
Oh, is there really?
Yeah.
So it probably has to be after this level. It has to be after this level. But we still have 42 minutes of poker to be played before we go on that dinner break. We do get a change of dealers. Players can have finished congratulating themselves for reaching the money.
Well done, everybody.
Do you know if the Bubble Girl or Bubble Girl gets anything special as well at this event? Or
Actually, I was thinking about it, but I haven't heard. I think in WSOP they get like a ticket for the next year.
Yeah, a lot of festivals you get a ticket for next year. It would be nice, especially after that Kings vs Aces. Would be nice to see Lina back next year. I'm sure she's gonna be back. She's did a wonderful job. She absolutely dominated the feature table, and sometimes sometimes the hands just play themselves, and not much you can do, and that was one of those instances.
very unfortunate situation, and she must feel really sick after losing this on the bubble.
But she's, from what we saw from her, she seemed like a very happy-go-lucky girl, and I'm sure she can, after some, she has the best bad beat story ever, and as well as she can definitely laugh about it and hop into another one.
An unfortunate thing is that no one wants to hear those bad beat stories.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it's dependent on who's talking to you. If it's Lena coming up to you and whatever you want to talk, she wants to talk about, you're gonna want to be in that conversation, I'm sure.
Yeah, this for me is the absolute last thing I want to hear is someone's bad beat stories.
I agree. We kind of went over it with Stig as well, that nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah, no one cares.
And no one cares, and a lot of people want to tell them, and those people also don't care about other people bad beat stories. I was just reminiscing about the old times when everybody during a break went for a cigarette break, and it just went 20 minutes full of bad beat stories and back to grinding.
I mean, okay, if your best friend falls out of a tournament and
of course,
you're being nice and listening, but at the end of the day, no one cares.
Yeah. Sometimes if you're like staked to a tournament or something like that, you feel obliged. But still, even the people staking you don't care too much. I mean, if I'm already investing money in you, I have enough trust in you to play your best poker, so I don't really care. You don't have to explain to me how you bust out.
That's correct, yeah.
But there's talks of somebody busting upstairs too, so Lena might have actually made it to the money.
I'm rooting for Lena to get to get the min cash share.
Yes, definitely. We haven't continued to play. I mean, the clock is still ticking, but we're not dealing out the hand, so
not sure actually what's going on.
Some confusion, I guess, trying to figure out who got 80th, who got 79th.
But why is the clock running? Not sure. So the dealer asks players to take the seat, so maybe we are continuing.
And Axeli just said that commentators must have gone nuts seeing the aces versus kings. Axeli, you are absolutely correct. That is one of the that is definitely the sickest bubble hand I've seen in my career. And for this to happen at the feature table, that is very unlikely. Of course, obviously that happens quite often. You need to have that cooler hand for those big stacks to go in, but that was painful to witness, but very good news for Tarmo Tammel, who is now up to 700,000 almost, so more than 2.5 the tournament average, so he's feeling groovy.
And Kwok still the table chip leader for us, so
yeah,
let's see if the big stacks are gonna collide at one point. Kwok likes to open up very loosely, and I'm pretty sure now Tammel with a fresh stack.
He's gonna fight back.
We're gonna fight back. What we see?
Overström.
We see some aces again here.
Overström finds aces now. Straight all in.
And Kwok will definitely gonna call down with the sevens here.
I mean, there's a limp from Erik Femdal, but Erik Femdal has been limping a lot of the pots, so it's not out of normal for Femdal to limp there. And we've seen the players have also the information that Erik Femdal limped with a6 because that hand went to showdown. So not too afraid of Femdal's limp there. So Kwok does call with sevens. A significant size pot here. I mean, the average stack is 260,000 still, and this is a 430 chip pot, and Overström finds the aces.
Is it the first time that Overström is playing?
I think so. I
wouldn't mind the fold with the sevens there also.
Neither would have I, but I guess Kwok is thinking that maybe Overström after the bubble is shipping quite wide, but we see it's aces getting max value here. Can Kwok hit the 7 though? No, he cannot.
It's just the running diamonds.
Just the running diamonds. I mean, there's always a diamond on the turn. I'm not even a... It is the deuce of hearts, meaning that Kwok is gonna lose all the chips that he worked so hard for during the bubble period, but he's still at a very healthy 505,000, but relinquishes the chip lead to Tarmo Tammel now. Tarmo with 690,000, our new chip leader. And Overström now up to 400,000 in chips. But something tells me Overström is not gonna be super wide with that 400,000. He's gonna be playing solid and waiting for a good hand and playing them fairly straightforward from what we saw just now.
Sometimes poker is a really easy game. You're waiting for hour and you pick up aces, put your stack in, and then just.
I mean, if you're gonna get calls, then that's the right strategy.
Safe ride to the next level and to the next level, and probably hope for the same things happen again.
You can check the daily promotions under us all the time. If you go to your Coolbet page, you can use the promo code COOLBOOK to get 20 free spins on Book of Dead, so go ahead and do that. I already used them. I got 95 cents for my free spins. It's free money, ladies and gentlemen. I, of course, ended up losing that. But sometimes you get lucky. Tarmo Tammel, ace queen off. And this ace queen off is gonna go into attack. It's 21,000.
Come on, Eric. You've been playing those hands. No, not folding. Come on. Looks like a fold.
I mean, it's from a big blind. You really want to at least defend here, getting 4.5 to 1 or 4 to 1. But no, he does end up.
Respects the raise from the chip leader and folds.
Yeah, probably waiting for a hand to go all in with, rather.
Clearly not. Doesn't want to play some post up there, but he's been limping quite a bit. I mean.
Yeah, that's it. Doesn't go with his MO by not calling there. So it's official. It's 79 players remaining, meaning that Lina did end up finishing 80th. So nobody busted from upstairs.
Very unfortunate for her, yeah.
But we can expect, especially before the dinner break, the short stacks to really want to get it in, because you really don't want to wait for an hour to come back to a 3 to 10 big blind stack. You kind of want to give yourself a better chance or a better opportunity to really start running away with this one.
Simon picks up an ace king and reshoves. And let's see what if Olaf wants to stick in the ace king queen.
Yeah, it is a 12 big blind shove. Erik Femdahl now with ace 10, but facing a raise and an all in, I guess Erik is gonna have to fold here, and we can see that he's very dominated as well against ace king, so he's going to fold.
And ace queen for Kim.
Let's see. I mean, it's a strong hand. It's gonna show us. It should be an all-in, right? Against the, even though there's a raise and an all-in in front of you, it's a 12 big blind all-in. But I'm.
And looks like the chips are going in here.
He's not in love in the situation with the situation.
He did want to put them in, but now took them back. Let's see. Yeah, and decides to fold. Very surprising.
I wouldn't say it's super surprising. I mean, it's surprising seeing the hands, but it kind of gives us the idea if there's some action in front of him, he needs a very strong range.
I'm pretty sure if Olaf...
So we're gonna go on a dinner break is what I heard. Sorry for interrupting you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna pause the clock and we're gonna go on a 1 hour long dinner break. So gives you 1 hour to play our free roll and enjoy yourself, but don't go anywhere far, because once we come back, the post bubble bonanza is gonna be on the way. 79 players remaining. Everybody has guaranteed themselves more than €1,000 so they can buy themselves a nice dinner. See you guys soon. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn. Hi, welcome to Coolbet Open and main event day 2. We have had plenty of poker action and we will have more to come. For example, today we have the 8th game. But when you are traveling for poker, don't forget to enjoy the city. Do like Coolbet, enjoy Tallinn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the dinner break, meaning that we are finally in the money here at Coolbet Open Tallinn. Everybody has guaranteed themselves 1,020 euros, but we, or let's not say we, those players sitting at the tables, they are playing for 65,900 euros. That is quite a lot of moolah, quite a lot of euros. My name is Christian Laas, and I will be with you all day today until we play down to at least final 3 tables, maybe even final 2 tables. It depends on how fast the players fall, how tired the players are getting. I mean, they have been playing for close to 10 hours. Well, yeah, close to 10 hours already. It is grueling, but at the same time, the prize at the top is worth it. I mean, 1,000 euros already. Buying for this tournament was 550 euros. We had 652 entries to this tournament, generating a prize pool over 300,000 euros. So it's a big success. I have to say this turnout has been a success. We've been waiting 2 years to be able to play back here in Tallinn. We are in Hilton Hotel and Casino at Prime Casino here in Tallinn. Everybody seems to have a good time. We have countless numbers of cash games open. We have countless tournaments every single day for your pleasure. So if you're here, you're definitely enjoying yourself. And of course, if you are watching us, enjoy the stream, enjoy all the cool stuff Coolbet is giving away. For example, use the promo code COOLBOOK for 20 free spins on Book of Dead. Just to kill some time maybe while watching the stream. Every single day we have been running a free roll for you guys as well. We have already given away 1,500 euros worth of tickets and thousands of free spins and thousands of euros worth of free bets on sports bets and virtual bets, etc., etc. I mean, it's been nice, and it's gonna get even better here in Tallinn. Some of the players have already taken their seats. We have a couple familiar names, but the way the bubble burst has been all the talks today. I mean, it was Line with pocket kings against Tarmo with pocket aces, both with a large stack, but unfortunately it went in pre-flop, and unfortunately for Line and very fortunately for Tarmo, the aces held there, and it was a massive 650,000 chip pot move towards Tarmo Tammel. Average stack at this stage of the tournament is 247,000 chips, but expect that to go up quite fast, because now that the players have made the money, they really want to make a move towards that final table. And to get to that final table, the average is going to be, let me calculate a bit. So it's going to be 500 when there's 40 left, million when there's 20 left, 2 million when there's 10 left. So let's say 2.2 million chips is the average chip stack in the final table. So a lot of work to be done still. You can see the prize pool and the payouts in front of you. Big money up for grabs. We are continuing this level with the blinds being 5,000, 10,000, and a big blind ante of another 10,000. I've been told that once we start, so don't be worried. Unfortunately, we didn't put in the system that we are playing big blind ante, so the system is calculating at it as everybody is playing 10,000 ante. So the pot sizes for a couple of hands are going to be a little bit off, but we are not going to let ourselves get out of the things that actually matter. And this and the thing is, and are the players still remaining in this tournament. Tarmo Tammel with a big stack sitting at seat number 3 of this table. Seat number 2 holds approximately 400,000 in chips. Seat number 8 is holding approximately 500,000. So those are the bigger stacks still remaining at this featured table. Others still have some work and word let out for themselves, but I'm sure they are gonna make themselves heard. Excited to start this level. Very excited to start this level. So ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, let us shuffle up and deal and start this level, and there we go. Back from the dinner break, everybody should feel energized, everybody should feel good, and let's play some poker, ladies and gentlemen. Olaf Snilldal starts things up with 162,000 or 16 big blinds from under the gun. He is going to think about it, fold about it. He's gonna fold the hand, whatever he had. Simon Forend definitely gonna fold. And Kuok's chip stack is way larger than we thought. Kuok actually has 673. I thought that he had something closer to 500, but after getting the chip counts, we know that he has 673. The chip stacks are gonna go a bit off in the first few hands, but it's fine. He's gonna limp in for 10,000, gets a raise from Akseli. Valaya with ace-9 makes it 27,000, wants to isolate open limper. Akseli started the hand with approximately 19 big blinds. Tarmo Tammel thinking about things and thinking about King Jack offsuit from the big blind, facing a limp and a raise. King Jack still doesn't look that good after a limp and a raise. You still have to worry about the limper maybe limping in with a very strong hand, starting to maybe set a trap here. But it's hasn't decided just yet, Kuok here. I mean, limp folding there is very suspicious to me. I mean, I'm sure if he's gonna come in with a raise, he might even get a fold from Akseli's ace-9. So limping there is kind of opening the door to your opponent to try and abuse you, especially if you're gonna limp fold at 10-9. But he does limp fold, so small bot cut goes over to Akseli Valaya. Sitting at seat 9 with 293,000. Leino Piller at seat 7 with 99,000, but he hasn't joined the table just yet, so gonna wait for the Estonian to take his seat. Our biggest stack at the table still Tarmo Tammel, followed closely by Kuok. Erik Femdal at seat number 1, also with a very short stack, 8 big blinds for him. Expect to see a move from him, and we can see it's actually 62 players remaining. So meaning that during the 15 minutes that the bubble bursted, we lost 17 players. Meine Damen and Herrer, that was a lot. That was a crazy post-bubble bonanza. Leave it to the Swedes, Norwegians, Icelandic players, and Finnish players to realize that once they make money, they need to make moves. Losing almost 20% of the field in 15 minutes is unheard of, but Nordic players know how to play the post-bubble bonanza. It's Överström raising it up with 10-9 and gets a 3-bet from Snilldal. And he's gonna pick it up. Gets rid of the raise. A nice aggressive play from Snilldal here. Hope to see a bit more of that from Snill. My man Snill. A couple of Estonians, couple of Swedish players. I mean, we have a very spread out final table. 2 Estonians, 2 Swedes, 2 Finns, and 2 Norwegians. So it's the battle of the Nordic countries here. Of course, Estonia wishes it was a Nordic country. Just kidding, of course. Leino sitting out still. Kuok, though, thinking about it. With ace-8. This time he comes in with a raise, makes it 21,000. So instantly gets rid of 4-3, obviously, but Femdal now with a very, I mean, he probably has a couple thousand more, but still with a short stack and king-queen, he's gonna fold the king-queen. Very surprising to see that. I mean, there's not too many ladders to be waited there from seat number 1 there, but still wants to see a better spot, so he's gonna fold the king-queen. If it was me, obviously, I would have gone with the king-queen. Not too many better hands you're gonna find with a short stack like that. But he's gonna wait for a better spot. Let's see if it's going to work out for him. So another hand, 59 players remaining now. And it's 8-6 for Kuok. We'd like to see him raise one more time. I mean, he's one of the biggest stacks. He can definitely pressure the players a little bit. And we've seen seat number 1 fold a fairly strong hand here against the raise. So, I mean, you can open up fairly wide. It's Akseli Valaja, though, thinking about it with King 9 suited against the Kuok's raise to 20,000. Interesting thing we've seen from Kuok is switching up his opening sizes quite a bit. Sometimes limping, sometimes making it 21, sometimes 20. This time he's making it 20,000. And Överström trying to figure out what to do with ace-10 off. Doesn't have much left. As we can see, approximately 100,000 or so. But he's gonna fold the ace-10. This is the prime example of why a big stack can raise up as often as they can, because players are folding fairly strong hands to opening raises. Simon Förendal, though, the man who miraculously got away from bubbling this tournament, he just called with 10s, and player behind him found kings against aces, so man got away with a crime there, but this time he's gonna get rid of the pocket 3s, and we move on. And Leino Piller has finally joined the feature table as well. The Estonian, also very familiar to these big-sized fields, always in the mix, and so he is this time as well. Pocket 10s this time for Akseli. He's gonna come in with a raise, I'm sure. Yes, he will. Let's see if anybody finds anything to play with. And Tarmo, I'm pretty sure, is not gonna fold the ace-jack. Now the question for Tarmo here is he going to turn that ace-jack into a bluff, so 3-bet, and possibly fold against a 4-bet, or is he gonna just call and play the hand in position? He's gonna choose to just call with ace-jack suited. That might bring along Kuok, but Kuok has a very trashy hand. Has the 4 deuce off, so it's gonna be heads up to the flop. Ace-jack suited against pocket 10s. Akseli versus Tarmo. Finland versus Estonia. And it's a very good flop for pocket 10s. Of course, there's a chance Tarmo called with 3s, 6s, or 5s. But at the same time, there's so many more hands Tarmo is calling there with, so you can feel fairly safe with your overpair. And he's making it small. He bets just one big blind, bets 10,000. So the pot actually is approximately 60,000. So he bets 10,000 into 60 here. Tarmo, not the best flop for him, but the price is just too good. Tarmo might get some ideas after that 10k bet. He might want to turn his ace-jack into a bluff, and so he does. Makes it 35,000, and that is a good news for Akseli here. He's gonna call. And we head to the turn. Flop is actually about 120,000, right? Turn is the jack of hearts, giving Tarmo Tammel. I mean, this man is a miracle runner. When he turns his hands into a bluff, he's gonna catch the better hand on a turn. Of course, that is the third heart coming up, so Akseli might be aware of the flush draws, and so is Tarmo, so both players check the turn. And the river is the ace of diamonds, so if it wasn't good enough for Tarmo, it's now top 2 pair. And the board just got a lot worse for pocket tens. But that ace might even save Akseli here. Tarmo is definitely gonna put out the value bet. And he's probably gonna go quite large. I'm guessing like between 60 to 80,000, maybe even closer to pot size to try and make it look more like a bluff. Because Akseli has quite a lot of aces that just call there as well. And some of the aces are aces with a heart, so Tarmo should actually attack quite large here, try and get max value from an ace. That is a large bet. Look at that, Tarmo is going all in. He's gonna overbet shove this pot. And exactly as I thought, that is a good run out for Tarmo. Plus he knows that his opponent has a lot of aces in his range that call the flop. Hands like ace-king, ace-queen. And those hands might just call Tarmo, but we can see that Akseli just has pocket tens actually. So Akseli is going to fold. Christian asked which place was the bubble spot. We had 79 players who made it to the money, so 80th place was the bubble finisher. We now have 58 players remaining, and Tarmo said it himself. I don't know if you listen. If you're listening with your headphones, you can definitely hear the table talk. He said, "I was hoping you had ace king," and Akseli is gonna have ace king there fairly often, not this time. Tarmo not afraid to go for max value even if there's a flush on a board, realizing the situation, realizing that his opponent doesn't have a flush there too often. So he goes for it all. Now we have the pot sizes fixed as well, so we can continue as normal. Seat 1 is getting a chip count. Tarmo folds the 4-3. It's Olaf Snildal. With approximately 200,000, he's gonna raise. Makes it 30,000. Things you don't see that often at that stage of a tournament. You really don't see players raising 3x still. More common raise size is 2 to 2.5x. But it's, of course, different strategies can work in poker and different pre-flop opening sizes as well. It's all about adjusting the rest of the game strategy to your open sizing strategy. Obviously, if you raise bigger pre-flop, you're gonna get less callers. But at the same time, you're ballooning the flop pot much bigger as well. He's joining the commentary again today. Andres Oit is not joining the commentary again. This is going to be just me for today. Until the end of today. Oit is definitely joining us again tomorrow when we play down to the winner. But Doit, he has gone for some well-deserved rest, or I don't know, maybe he's needed somewhere else because he's a busy man. He's here working for Coolbet as well as helping me with commentary. As it is, it's Kuok raising it to 25, and as I said, Kuok is varying his pre-flop raise sizing a lot, and this time he goes for 2.5x with a decently strong ace-jack suited from the button and gets everybody to fold. Erik Femdal actually has a bit more than 23,000. Erik Femdal, has what I can see, has 65,000. So still a short stack. We are playing 5 and 10,000. So 2 orbits left for him, or else he's gonna be put all in automatically. So you really want to start going all in while you still have a little bit of fold equity, because just waiting for a good hand is usually not the best strategy, since you don't get super good hands all that often. Especially with a short stack, you want to maintain your fold equity, maintain a chance for you to steal a pot away from your opponents. Sometimes maybe even get a better hand to fold. Or at least when you double up, win more. Folded around to Leino Biller. Leino not with a very large stack, so he's gonna go all in. It's not 44,000, but it's more closer to 84,000. So he's gonna go all in and he's gonna find a caller. It's gonna be 2 short stacks all in. Leino Biller is going to be dominated. He's King Jack against Kim Överström's Ace King. And the pot is in actuality quite a bit larger than it shows. It's approximately 200,000 chip pot here. Leino Biller needs a jack to stay alive in this tournament. That is a king, but that's not enough. Running clubs would chop this one up though. 7 king or a jack needed for Leino Biller, or else he will be eliminated. 7 always coming though, isn't it? 7 always coming. Is it coming? It is close, but not a 7. That is a 6 of spades on a river, meaning that Leino Biller has kings and 7s with a jack kicker against kings and 7s with an ace kicker, and Leino Biller is eliminated, and a small but very important all-in one by seat number 2 here. And then there was one less. 57 players remaining now on this tournament. Less than 10% of the starting field, which was 652,000. 652, I'm sorry, the average stack is 343,000. Massive prize pool of 13,000 euros. Winner will take home 65,900. But there's a lot of work still to be done. Oi. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen. Things like that happen. I guess he couldn't contain his excitement there. It even surprised our graphics team. So we don't see the hands at the moment. If I'm the player, though, I'm gonna act before I start cleaning up the room. You can definitely look at your cards and play accordingly, and then start cleaning up. We can see that Förendal has ace-3 of spades, so it's gonna be probably should be a call, should be an all-in, I mean. But he does decide to fold the ace-3. Just with the 8 big blinds, I would have expected to see an all-in there. Blind versus blind. Tammel versus Överström. Överström limps in. And Tammel thinking about it with 7-3. Contemplating a raise there. Trying to isolate the pot, maybe steal this one away. So he's going to raise. Makes it 27,000, and that might get rid of Överström actually. Överström doesn't have a very playable hand. Just with a jack 4, so he's going to fold, and Tammel just keeping the pedal to the metal, doing what he does best, pressuring all his opponents and accumulating chips and running well when he has to, playing well every single time. Very exciting stuff. 9 more minutes until the blinds go up even further. We can see the average tournament stack has normalized a bit, up to 350,000 or 35 big blinds now. So during the bubble, we lost quite a few players, but after the bubble, the tempo has doubled. Queen deuce for Simon. Easy fold. I mean, Kwok, we've seen him raise those types of hands, so he might do it again. He makes it 20,000, but actually with the same hand, but suited in diamonds. He's gonna fold, wants to pick a better spot, so aggressive play gets rid of one opponent with the same hand. Gets rid of everybody besides the big blind. The big blind with king 6 is gonna defend. So we head to the flop. A7 against king 6. That's a 6 on the window, so pair of 6s for Snilldal now. Kwok left with just the ace-high. Has 3 to the straight, so has a couple of backdoor straight draws. And it's Snilldal leading out with his pair of 6s, king kicker. Another interesting lead. We've seen quite a lot that players with those speculative hands, they love to lead out and kind of bet to see where they're at. Martin Christensen, you can head over to coolbetopen.com. We have a live blog for you there, as well as live updates. Unfortunately, the TV table is on another floor. So we are playing the rest of the tournament in the Hilton Hotel area, and the TV table is in the casino area. So we cannot check on the other tables, but you can definitely head out to the blog or live blog at coolbetopen.com. And that bet from king 6 gets the job done. All right, 55 players remaining. Kwok has built himself back up to 723,000 after losing a big all-in with 7s against aces. He has played quite aggressive. Not sure what we are waiting for at the moment. Seems like Kwok is thinking about it. kind of out of the loop here why players are not playing. Maybe they're waiting for seat 7 to be filled. Probably not. So Kuok is going to fold. It is Daniel Evert who came to this feature table one more time. But Axeli now with King 8, he's gonna wait for a better spot. As will Femdal, as will Överström. Tammel definitely gonna come in with a raise here with pocket threes from the button. Any pocket pair from the button is good enough for a raise. So he's gonna make it 20. Snildal now with King 4, not from the queen, not from the small blind. Simon Förendal with Jack Deuce. Probably yes, he's gonna have to fold the Jack Deuce. I'm sure he wants to play a hand, but Jack Deuce is not the type of hand you even wanna protect with. And by protect, I mean protect your B blind with. So Darman, I mean, every time you take the blinds and antes, you add another 25,000 to your stack. Considering the average stack is 350,000, you're gonna get like 7% of the tournament average by just picking up the blinds and antes. So there's a lot of merit to just play aggressively. Of course, you always put yourself up for risk to get played back at, should you open too many hands. We haven't seen light 3-bets at all. I mean, in 3 days of commentating, we've seen maybe 3 light 3-bets in total of hundreds of hands. So players are not getting out of line. And Axeli finally finds a hand to go all in with. He's gonna go all in with Ace-10 suited. With a hand like Ace-10 suited, it's a nice hand to go all in with, but you really don't want to get called. If you get called, you're gonna have to hope that you're flipping, because you're obviously and almost always gonna get called by hands that dominate you or are at least flipping, yeah. And Förental with pocket eights might have one of those flipping hands though. He has pocket eights, doesn't have a large stack, needs to make a move sometime. Is pocket eights the time to make the move? No, it isn't. I mean, that is crazy. I don't know what Förental is waiting for. Of course, I understand if there's a player you really prefer to go all in yourself with a hand like eights, but still, I mean, yesterday we talked about it a little bit. If you're playing 10 100-player tournaments and you finish 10th or final tabling, every single one of those, still get less money than one win, usually. As you can see, 10th place in this tournament gets 4,000 something. First place takes 65,900. So, I mean, you just have to play to win. And you have to be willing to take those flips sometimes and risk the fact that you will be eliminated. Otherwise, just not gonna put yourself in that position to win a tournament. It's Axeli, though, making the aggressive move, so he's definitely looking to put himself in a favorable situation. And we saw Queen 10 suited folded here. That is a fairly tight fold. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. This featured table is playing a lot more tight than expected, especially in a stage of a tournament where it's very profitable for you to play aggressively and risk with your stack. As a short stack, of course. As a big stack, I mean, you kind of want to preserve. Maybe once the players settle in a little bit. Of course, we do understand the players have been playing for a long time. Everybody's getting a little tired after 2 long days of playing poker. But there's one and most important day coming up still, so you need to stay sharp. You need to play aggressively. You need to be the shark at this table. Because other fishes, they will get swallowed up by the sharks. Överström folds. Here's a shark for you. Dammel with 840,000. Folds. Another fold. So blind versus blind action one more time. Walk is gonna fold to 10 deuce, so first walk of the day, I think, and actually wakes up with pocket 8, so he would have gone all in. Would Kwok have called or raised? But the blinds do go up. The blinds go up to 6,000, 12,000. So average stack goes also down to 30 big blinds. And the short stacks at this table get even shorter. So let's get comfortable, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get comfortable. Let's sit down and see who wants to take that table captain position. There's a lot of poker still to be played. I mean, yes, most of the field is already eliminated, but now is the most important field to get eliminated. Obviously, making it this far, it's psychologically difficult to put your chips in, having made it thus far, but you have to do it. You have to push through that psychology and trying to preserve your situation. Snilldal falls to queen jack. I mean, that is craziness. Kwok, very strong ace jack from the button. Definitely gonna come in with a raise. So he's gonna make it. So if I would have to guess, 25,000, maybe 30 even. Last time from the button against the blinds, Kwok made it 2.5 big blinds. Will he do it again? Makes it 25 still. Oxley cannot do anything with Jack 5. And Femdal is just so short stacked now. Cannot call with 10-4 though, so leaves himself with less than 5 big blinds left. What hurts most for Femdal is he had to put in the big blind ante as well, so he lost 24,000 that hand. Significant portion of his stack. See Kwok, our biggest winner after coming back from the break. Dammel second. As you expect, the 2 bigger stacks getting even bigger. And this is exactly why you have to make a move as a short stack, because otherwise the big stacks are gonna eat you alive. Darmo Dammel, pocket 6s. He looks hungry. Makes it 25. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Olaf Snilldal. Pocket jacks. Do you go all in at this situation? No, he just calls. I would have assumed with a 20 big blind stack, that's a perfect 3-bet shoving hand there. But he does play it sneakily. Maybe he hopes that somebody behind him goes all in. But jacks are a type of hand that kind of need protection against that, so I would have preferred to see an all-in from Olaf Snilldal. As it is, he does play it sneaky and just calls. So it's heads up. Tarmo Tammel against Olaf Snilldal. Estonia versus Norway, 80k in the middle. And the flop is a queen, a deuce, and a 7. So 1 overcard to the jacks. Sixes still probably want to c-bet this one, but don't have to c-bet large. I expect to see something 16 to 20,000. 20,000 is the bet from Tammel. Instantly called by Olaf Snilldal. Visuaz, I agree with you so much. 3 of spades on a turn. I guess this is where Tammel is gonna slow down, unless it feels like turning his 6s into a bluff and trying to get rid of hands like 8s or 9s. He probably is gonna slow down here because he feels like he's gonna be up against a queen fairly often here. Because the deuce and a 7 doesn't connect with the caller's range that much, but the queen does definitely. King, queen, ace, queen, queen check suited. All those hands call a raise. Small bet of 30,000 from Snilldal though. Tammel is getting very good odds, but the hands that are beating him have him almost dead. As you can see, dead to 6% on the river. And there aren't any draws on the flop, so I mean, you can't even put your opponent on a draw there. So he does fold. Nice fold from Tammel here, and Snilldal takes down a sweet pot for himself. He's now up to 312,000. What do you guys think about maybe adding a shuffling machine to these TV tables, you know? Or maybe even every single table. It would speed up the action quite a bit to be able to pick up a fully shuffled deck every single time. Let me know in the chat. And one more thing that I've always thought, that when it's heads up poker, when it's like heads up or three-handed where players are folding quite a bit, and most of the playtime goes to dealer shuffling the cards. Maybe we have to figure out a way to maybe speed up the action in live tournament setting and invest in those shuffling machines. That, of course, is my opinion. And dealers are doing a great job. That's nothing to say for the dealers. It's just dealers need to make sure that the cards are properly shuffled, so they need to do their job well. And Kuok, he finds an ace, finds a ace king. He's gonna come in with a raise. Oh, 30k. I had 70k. I was surprised to see this raise to 70k, but 30k makes more sense. So don't tell anybody. Just shh. But from what I've noticed, the stronger Kuok's hand, the bigger he raises. Let's see if it's true though, but from what we've seen thus far from Kuok, if he has a better hand, he's gonna raise a bit bigger. And goes for a larger pre-flop sizing again, this time with ace-king off. Definitely a premium hand in No Limit Hold'em. Premium hand in almost any game, unless you're playing Badugi. Or Raz. There is an 8 game going on at the same time as the main event. So those players get to play a little bit of Raz. If you don't know the rules to Raz, it's the lowest hand wins. So ace plays as a 1. And no, does it? I don't think it does actually. I haven't played Raz in a while, to be honest with you. Don't even remember. I need to get familiar with Raz rules. Femdal goes all in with his very short stack, finds the ace-7. Let's see if he can find any customers for his short stack. It's 38k. 38k is the all-in, so it's 3 big blinds all in. Very, very short stack. And he gets the folds. That's no way he's getting folds. He still had fold equity with 3 big blinds. That is more than surprising to me. Big blind only had to call 2 more big blinds. There was ante in there as well, so there was 6 big blinds to be won by investing just 2. You need about 20-something% equity at any hand, even against aces, as almost that. Like, even if you put your opponent on aces 8 times out of the 10, you still get to proper odds. Crazy. But this is a feature table that has come here to play. They don't want to bust. They want to maintain. Daniel Evert, pocket 10s. Makes a standard raise with the premium pocket pair. And Axeli actually has a decision. I mean, it's under the gun raising, so ace-9 suited does not look as strong as it would otherwise. So he's gonna fold. Nice fold by him. Everybody folds. Let's see if the big blind finds anything to play with, because we can see that Olaf Snidldal has a 4 high, so 4 high definitely is not gonna call from the small blind. Örendal with a short stack himself, he's gonna fold. So this far players are trying to get a feel, mostly playing their hands, waiting for good spots. But at some point somebody has got to start to try and abuse the other players and try and run away with this. I'm sure if the stream catches up with the players and they get the information that everybody's playing very tight, one of those guys is gonna try and pick up the tempo. Pick up the pace. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Kuok on seat 8? Is it gonna be Tammel at seat 3? Or is it gonna be some mysterious guy from our table? Axeli, I'm sure, can't wait to have a big stack so he can punish those kids. Kuok has been the most active player and has been actually rewarded for it. I mean, he's been taking most of the chips. He's added close to 200,000 since the start of the level. Or not the level, or after the break, I mean. So in about 45 minutes, he's added 200,000 in chips by just picking up the blinds and antes. This time Daniel Evert does defend the big blind. Love the defend. Ace deuce against ace 7, 5, 6, 10, 2 clubs. So Daniel Evert has the ace of clubs and a backdoor straight draws and checks it over to Kuok. 25,000. I would like to see Daniel Evert raise this hand sometimes here. He has a lot of backdoor equity here. Blocking a chance of his opponent having a flush draw and continuing with that, holding the ace of clubs in his hand. So instead he's gonna call and see what develops on the turn. I don't mind that either. King of diamonds is what develops on a turn, so that is the brickiest of bricks. I'm sure if Kuok is gonna bet at this turn, he's gonna take this pot down. And he's grabbing chips, and I love it. I mean, To be fair, if players are playing tight, I'm rooting for the one guy keeping the pressure on, and Kwok is keeping the pressure on with ace high, and he's gonna get the best hand to fold there. Yes, he will. Not much Daniel Evert can do here by seeing a brick turn. Brick for his end, he was hoping for an 8-7 ace, 4-3-9 clubs, something, anything. Half of a deck would have given him more outs there, but that was not one of them. And that King of Diamonds was a good card for Kwok to represent being the pre-flop raiser. See, we have lost a couple more players from the outer fields. Almost down to final 50 here, 51 players remaining. Oxley looking for spots. Kind of handcuffed with the chip stack here. I know I've seen from Oxley, from what I've seen from Oxley is he's very active if he gets chips, and Femdal finds another good hand to go all in with. Last time he got folds with 3 big blinds. This time he actually has a good hand.
Seat 3 and seat 4 and seat 2, 3 and 4 falls, seat 6 falls.
And it looks like it has been folded to the small blinds, who folds as well. And Kwok is also gonna fold, so I'm sure Femdal was hoping for a call this time and gets another blinds of antis. And I mean, Femdal is all smiles, even just picking up 30k there, he's gonna add approximately 50% of the chip stack to his stack there. So you probably don't mind. Of course, with a hand the strongest tens and being the short stack, you kind of want to gamble, especially with, yeah, tens.
I was aiming for ace king.
Seat 1 falls, seat 2 falls.
I mean, that's why I jammed.
Falls on seat 3 and 4. Seat 6 falls, 7 falls. Seat 8.
Another round of folds, folded around to Kwok, who's gonna keep the pressure on. Love to see that. Oxley cannot do anything with 3-2s, so another pot for Kwok. And up to 850,000 now. .49 players, so we have reached the final 50 out of 648 entries. Couple of short stacks still remaining at our feature table. Seat 1 kind of short, seat 2 kind of short. I mean, not kind of. Seat 1, 2, and 5 are the shortest stacks with 10 big blinds or less. Överström, of course, he has 10.8 big blinds, so let's say he belongs in that category of 10 big blinds or less. Snilldal now with ace queen. Makes it 35k, so a large raise from Snilldal, and he's going to find a customer. makes it large with ace queen, and Akseli Valaya, he's gonna go all in with ace king. And this is a prime opportunity to Akseli get those chips that he really wants, because we have seen how dangerous Akseli can be with a big stack. He has been dwindling down during the bubble play, has been quite short stack, but now he finds a hand, goes all in with ace king, and I assume he's gonna get called. I mean, I assume so. It's 12 big blinds all in against the 3 big blind raise. Emdahl actually finds pocket deuces here. In a very good shape against those two specific hands. You can see 42%, but no, he's gonna fold to deuces here. And I must assume ace queen is just strong, too strong of a hand to fold here. Olav is thinking about it, thinking about things. But is he really gonna find a fold here? I mean, I would be amazed. It would be the correct fold. Axel is actually talking to Olav here. There is no way Olav Snilldal just opened to 3 big blinds and folded to a 12 big blind shove from Akseli. That is just, I mean, that is a fantastic fold in this specific situation. But that is crazy to me. That is absolutely crazy to me. You need 38% equity with ace queen, which you're definitely gonna get against small blind, 12 big blind shoving range. Akseli is gonna shove a lot of weaker aces there as well. Visvas wants to know how long they will be playing today. We are playing down to, we have 6 tables remaining, right? We are playing down to either 3 or 2 final tables. So final 3 or 2 tables. It depends a lot of how fast the players will fall, but we will probably end the stream approximately 12:30. Or close to that time. It depends on levels running as well. Hikimies, yes, 100%. I agree with you. In the long run, this fold there, I mean, you should be super happy calling 12 big blind shoving range there with ace queen. You should be like fist pumping and yes, I get the chips in with ace queen. In this specific situation, yes, he was against ace king, but I mean, poker is a long-term game. And Marius agrees that those folds show how tight people are playing. And exactly seeing how people fold against the single 3-bet ace queen off, you should definitely start opening up your 3-betting range. You should definitely start 3-betting all your suited, low suited aces, etc. Because players are very unwilling to put the chips in the middle. And this is where the sharks at the table just feast. This is where players who have a lot of experience in these situations, they take advantage of the tightness. And nothing against tight players. I mean, everybody has paid their entry, and they can play however well they choose. But just as an information sharing thing, aggressive players with informations, they're gonna use this situation. Look at that, Akseli. He needs a 10 high to come in with a raise. The blinds have nothing, so they fold. But I'm pretty sure if the blinds had something like an ace-8, or they would have folded as well. Maybe even as strong as ace-10. We've seen crazier things happen, even at this featured table. So Akseli, he's gonna, whenever he's gonna get a chance, he's gonna pressure. Problem for Akseli is when he's in a cutoff, there's Tarmo Tammel in the big blinds with quite a large stack. To be fair, we haven't seen too many strong hands either. Of course, we just saw ace queen folded against ace king, so never mind. And Akseli is quite happy to tell him he had ace king there, and learning that his opponent folded the ace queen. They were just talking about it in the table, because Axel knows exactly how wide he's gonna shove there in that specific situation. So he knows he's gonna get to abuse that situation quite often against this type of player. Look at that, 8-9 now. But then again, it's now Tarmo Tammel in the big blind with the big stack, and who's shown willingness to play some pots. We've seen Erik Femdal limp hands like this, but this time with a short stack he's gonna fold. Kim Överström with a short stack, he should definitely go all in with 5s here. I expect to see an all in with 5s here. Blind versus blind, you have less than 10 big blinds, you just rip it in. There's 30k in the middle, you can add 30% to your stack. Instead it's a raise. Opening hands like Queen Jack, which you really don't want to see calling you. Hands like Queen 10 or Queen 9 to play back at you, because you want to maximize your fold equity with a hand like pocket 5s. You rather want to go all in and take this one down. And if you get called, you still have a decently strong hand. A hand like Ace Deuce is still calling you there if you go all in. But maybe not after seeing what's going on at this table. As it is, it's Tarmo Tammel with 3-2 off, so he cannot call there. Kwok, our biggest stack with 850,000, Tarmo Tammel with 741,000, Tanel Evert with 600,000. You can see Kwok, our biggest stack, has been the most active, playing 37% of the hands dealt to him. And you can see that he has also added the most amount of chips, added 247,000 chips. So loose is right at the moment. The old saying that tight is right is completely wrong in this table.
C6 goes all in, C7 falls, C8 falls, and all in is for 87k. C9 falls, C1 falls, C2 falls.
So Simon Förendal finally found something to go all in with. He's been dwindling down, and now he's down to 87,000, gets everybody to fold, and that's another 30,000 to that stack, now up to 117, but still with less than 10 big blinds. But I'm sure he's happy to pick this one up. And his face says it all. He's all smiles there. Next level is gonna be quite a large blind raise. We're gonna go from 612 to 816. So 33% increase to the levels. So all the short stacks are gonna get 33% shorter compared to big blinds. Oh, Marius, I agree with you. I so agree with you. And I don't think you should. I really don't think you should.
C2 is absent.
Tanel Evert from Estonia. He's gonna open things up with a fold.
C8 falls.
Actually now, I mean, King 9 is a bit too loose probably, so he's gonna fold. Tammel, I really want to see him raise it up. I mean, player on the small blind is probably the tightest player at the table. Player on the big blind hasn't shown willingness to play any pots either.
And there is a raise from
So he does make a raise. Love to see it from Tarmo Tammel. Makes it 26,000 with 8-7, and he's gonna run into Olaf Snildal's ace-jack. Snildal probably isn't playing anything weaker than ace-jack there, so he's kinda unfortunate to run into a big hand there, so gets an instantly 3-bet to 60,000. But still like to raise from Tammel here. Very small 3-bet. Makes it 60,000. Tammel actually, I mean, he's getting great odds to call here, but the problem for Tammel is Olaf Snildal does not have much behind. Has 160,000 behind, so even though he's getting great price to call, he might have to overfold some flops. We'll see. Very small 3-bet from Snilldal. The fact is, when you don't have such a large stack behind you, you don't have to start raising 3-betting that large, but Tarmo Tammel recognizes the situation, realizes that the 3-bet is way too small, so he can call profitably there with 8-7 and play the pot in position. Let's see. I wanted to see what happens if an ace or a jack doesn't come up on the flop, but it's an ace-high board, so Olaf Snilldal gets to continuation bet and gets to take this one down. It would have been interesting to see if there's no ace or a jack, if Olaf Snilldal rocks up. As it is, it's ace-high and Tammel folds, and Snilldal adds a pot to his stack. He's now up to 307,000. A good thing about Olaf is he has those sideburns, and those sideburns are magical. $850,000 for a chip leader at this feature table, at least. Twice the tournament average, which is 432,000 at the moment exactly. And 45 players remain. Couple of folds.
4 from sit 1 and 2.
Simon, unfortunately, I'm not very familiar with Marte, so I can't tell you any thoughts because of my unfamiliarity with Marte. Snilldal now. Making it 25,000 from the button with King 8 goes Snilldal. Love to see it, love the aggressiveness. And of course he gets a couple of folds and a set of blinds, and antes goes over to Snilldal's way. There was a fly there. I don't know if you saw it, but I definitely saw it. Lost another player from the outer fields, so down to 44 now.
Sit 9 falls. Fold from sit 1 and from sit 2.
We saw a short stack fold King 9 there. Probably can at least think about going all in there, but Simon Förendal definitely is going to go all in from the button with King Queen off. Gets an immediate fold from the small blind and gets a fold from the big blind as well. We're not going to see what they held. Yeah, it was Queen 7 for Kuok, so Förendal, couple of shoves gone through for him now. Maybe picks up a little bit of momentum with those all-ins and picking up those blinds and antes. But a fairly standard all-in there with King Queen, and nothing you can do with Queen 7 there as well. So very standard hand. To be fair, not the most exciting phase of a poker tournament, but I'm sure it is more than exciting for these players. Things are gonna get even more exciting once we get closer to the final table, and of course the final table is one of the more exciting experiences of your poker career should you make a final table in a big tournament like this. But as it is, you kind of just stay in this thing. Överström, ace king, suited even. 25,000 is the raise from Överström. Darmo finds king queen. Wow, snap folds the king queen, not even a second thought about it. Interesting. Daniel Evert with fives now, similarly tough spot. Seems like he's going to make the call with the fives from the button. Does that bring along Oxley? No, it does not, because the big blind gets the 8-3 off. Just give me 1 second, I'll be right back with you guys, but enjoy this hand, ace king versus fives.
Sit 2 bets. 45k. And sit 7 folds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got some information from the tournament stuff, and I would be at fault if I didn't let you guys know that. So, we are gonna end the stream at the end of this level. Or, let me see, at the end of next level, maybe. Yeah, at the end of next level. So we are still gonna stream until the end of next level, so 55 more minutes then. And after the stream, players are still gonna continue playing. They're gonna continue playing and play down to final 2 tables. All right? And we are gonna continue streaming tomorrow at 12. So 12 p.m. Estonian time, it's 13 or 1 p.m. What am I saying? It's 12 o'clock Estonian time, 1 o'clock Central European time tomorrow, and then we're gonna play down to the winner. So mark your calendars, don't go anywhere tomorrow, because we have a lot of cool stuff for you tomorrow. First of all, you get to see this tournament played out to the winner, but also we have another free roll for you guys. We have some promotional codes. Look at that. €5 risk-free bet. You want to use it, ladies and gentlemen. Use a promo code OPEN22 and you get a €5 risk-free bet. Do a €5 bet, lose it, you get that €5 back. Win it, the money's yours. But for now, we still have 1.5 levels of play left. Forty-three players remaining here in Coolbet Open Tallinn main event.
Sit 3 folds. Fold from sit 4. Sit 6 folds. Sit 7 folds. Number 8 raises to 25k.
So let's see. Let's gather ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pull ourselves together, because it is Ace-6 raising from the cutoff, and look at that. what did I tell you? When Axeli went all in with ace king and the ace queen folded, I told you Axeli is gonna shove a lot of weaker aces there. And he's going all in with ace 5 suited. This is why Axeli was so happy to see that ace queen fold, even though he had the ace king at that situation. He's going all in with ace 5 suited. And I'm sure it's gonna get through.
One goes all in as well for 44k.
Oh, look at that. Erik Femdal actually is going to call, but Erik Femdal doesn't have a large stack. He only has 50,000. And Kim Överström, after facing a raise, all in, and a call. Of course, they are all short stack. You should still definitely call with jacks there. Carly, so the thing is, we're going to end the stream after the next level. Then the players are going to continue playing until there's 16 left. And then we're going to come back with the stream tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European time. The jacks hit the muck. Holy moly, me oh my, you are the apple of my eye. But I do not like to see that fall from the jacks. I mean, it's a 4 big blind call from 8s. It's not a lot seeing the big blinds, and I'm sure jacks, after seeing those hands, they're shaking their heads. Ace 5 against pocket 8s. You can see ace 5 still holds 33%. I love the move by ace 5. Does not hit a heart, can hit running straight cards or an ace to eliminate Femdal. Oh, Carly, yeah, all right, if you say so. I just got the information that we're definitely gonna play down to 16, but maybe you know better than me at the moment, but that's the info I got. So, Axeli needs an ace to eliminate Erik. Erik really wants his eights to hold up, and they do. Erik more than doubles up here. Erik basically triples up, and look at that. If seat number 2 had called with jacks, he would have been with basically the average stack of the tournament. He would have had something like 380,000. As it is, he did fold the jacks. That was a very tight fold. I mean, you're not up against queens, kings, or aces too often there. I mean, yes, you may be, but it's more often than not, you're gonna be at least flipping or way ahead there. Look, listen to that. So we have decided, the tournament director just let the players know that we are playing down to 16 players today. Look at that, Tanel Ever now picks up pocket kings. So is this the start of something? Are we gonna see some action at this feature table? It is pocket kings opening it up from the Estonian veteran. I will answer your question right away. Let me check real quick. So 42nd place gets paid 1,350 euros. There is a money jump coming up at 40th place, because 40th place gets 200 euros more. 40th place gets 1,550 euros. So there is quite a significant pay raise or pay jump, but in a grand scheme of things, the chips are definitely gonna be worth more than a pay raise, yeah. So a call from Kuok, just a call with ace-queen suited. Couple of very strong hands clashing together here, and Tarmo Tammel from the big blind gets decent odds to defend, but King 9, the problem with King 9 here is it's gonna be very often dominated here in a early position raise call situation. So he's gonna fold to King 9 and let those two big stacks battle it out. That is a action flop if I've seen one. I mean, Daniel Evert is not too happy seeing that flop, but he still has the pair of kings, second pair to the board, as well as a straight draw. But Kuok is flopping big on this one. Kuok has top 2, and the bet is 20,000. Do you start raising now if you're Kuok? A lot of your opponent's range hits this board at least somehow. I mean, Daniel Evert very often has a pair plus straight draw type of hand here. Maybe you call and let a brick roll off on a turn. Not exactly a brick. 10 pairs of board. Now ace-queen loses to any 10, as does pocket kings. Pocket kings already lost to any ace on the flop, so Daniel Evert is gonna check this one. And Kuok must think he's up against the hand like ace-jack, ace-king, king-queen, queen-jack fairly often, so maybe you don't want to give a free card to those types of hands, but he does check behind and plays the hand very sneakily. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky Kuok here. Another check from Evert now. And does the check on the turn get Kuok paid here? I refuse to believe that Kuok is going to check behind there. No, he does not. He's gonna try to get some value. And the size he chooses is 50,000, and Evert is gonna snap it off. The most obvious draw missed. The flush draw being there. The thing is, there's not a lot of flush draws, just naked flush draws. That's the problem with calling with kings there. Let me explain you. On a board like ace, queen, 10, 10, 9, how many just flush draws do you have left if you open from early position and your opponent just calls you? You're probably not going to get called by king 8 or jack 8. It's going to be something like king queen, which is going to check back the river. Or king jack, which you lose against. Ace king probably would have made some noise before the flop. Queen jack, again, probably checks back the river. 10 jack, you lose against. King 10, you lose against. All those hands that you lose against, like, I'm guessing like it probably is just a fold, even though the flush draw missed. There's not many flush draws. Yes, 7-8 of diamonds might play the same way. But compared to the hands that the Kuok has there, a lot of the aces, yeah, exactly, aces that you lose against. And a lot of semi-value hands that will not bet the river. Like all the value hands that you beat with kings probably check back the river, like more often than not. So if you think about it, there's even though the flush draw missed, there's not many flush draws in there. 7-8, 6-7 suited. That's pretty much it. Don't you agree with me? Of course, it is difficult to let go of a hand like kings. Kind of feel like you have to pay it off. And you can see 7-8 just folds, so most of the players not even playing 7-8 suited. So even less of a chance that you're up against that flush draw. Tammel thinking about things from the small blind. Would love to see a raise against this specific opponent, but don't mind a call. So he does make the call, and Olaf Snildal would love to see a raise from this specific player. But no, he does check behind. So a couple of medium strength hands seeing the flop. And another favorable flop for Olaf here. Still with a 6 high, but now flops a flush draw. And still has those cool sideburns to go with it. 7 of hearts rolls off the turn. Tarmo Tammel still ahead with 10 high, but now adds a straight draw. And at no street did Olaf even think about trying to bluff his opponent out with 6 high. You have a flush draw. You don't have any showdown value. You should probably try and bluff this one away. There's no... Can he do it on the river though? There's no showdown value for you. You still have the flush draw to fall back upon. Just gives up with 6-3, and that is... Probably thinks that he's not gonna get his opponent to fold that often, and Tarmo's gonna rub it in his face. That is too funny to me. Tarmo gets away with one there. Like at any point, if Olaf is betting, he's gonna get Tarmo to fold. And that is a good hand to bluff with 6-3. I mean, it's a completely different story if he has something like a check high, not check high, or let's say a queen high flush draw, because queen high at that situation has showdown value, so you don't really necessarily have to turn it into a bluff. But a hand like 6-3, unless you hit the flush, you don't have any showdown value there, so you really want to start betting. And in case your opponent does call, you have that flush to fall back upon. At least on flop, you can put a bet in there, and if your opponent calls, you can check back the turn and buy yourself a free river by that flop bet. But more often than not, that bet is going to work. Överström. Jacks again. The jacks that would have made him rich, but unfortunately for him, found the muck instead. Now do not find the muck, but find themselves 25,000 soldiers, 35,000 soldiers to fight with. And this is Mr. Tarmo Tammel, who has an army of himself. Army containing of 683,000 soldiers up against 155,000 soldiers of Överström, and I feel like this army is gonna go to war. Tammel is just not gonna call here. He's going to raise. And we're gonna see a classic flip, if I do say so myself. Yes, it's a 3-bet to 102,000 from Mr. Tammel. Snap ball in from Överström. He learned from his mistake. He knows he cannot fold those jacks any longer. He's gonna put them in because last time he did the mistake of folding them, he's not gonna do the same mistake again. He goes all in. Mr. Tammel calls with ace-king, and we're gonna see a classic flip with ace-king against pocket jacks. And quite of an important pot for both of these players. Tammel, of course, is still gonna be healthy even if he loses this one. Överström needs to win this one. But I'm sure both of these players would definitely take this home, and it looks like Överström had even more. Överström had 238,000 instead of 150,000. And Tammel has called, so this pot is worth 500,000 chips, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a big one. Whoever wins this pot is gonna be one of the big stacks again. Överström, can he stay alive in this tournament? Can he avoid an ace or king? Yes, he can, at least on a flop. 2 spades, so that is another thing going for the jacks here. Tammel needs an ace or a king or a jack now. On the river, we can see there is 8 outs, out of which ace of hearts is folded, so 7 outs for Tarmo Tammel. Does not get it. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, this is just too much for me to handle. But Överström learned from his mistake of folding jacks, and now he is the man with 516,000 chips. And Tarmo Tammel dwindles down, loses this war, or loses this battle, I might say. As long as he still has soldiers, the war is still going on. But he loses this battle against Överström, who comes up victorious with pocket jacks against ace-king. Visvas, that would have been the poetic justice, wouldn't it? That's usually the case for me in a situation like this, when I feel like I've made a mistake, so I'm trying to avoid the same mistake with the same hand. I instantly get punished. But this time, he didn't get punished. He got rewarded for a good play with pocket jacks. 38 players remaining here at Coolbet Open Main Event Day 2. Ace Queen now for Överström. Ace Queen is definitely good enough to come in with a raise. Lines are 8,000, 16,000. Makes it 32. Mr. Evert from the big blind, but not with a very big hand. 10-3 off, so he's gonna have to fold. The blinds are quite massive now, to be fair. There's 40,000 in the middle every single hand. Average stack is 515,579 chips. Very specific number. How can it be? Nobody knows. There are many secrets here at Coolbet Open Main Event Day 2. One of those secrets is who is going to make it to Day 3. Nobody knows. The other secret is who's gonna bust out. Nobody knows. The third secret is, are we gonna come back tomorrow with a lot of new promotions? Everybody knows, yes we are. And we're gonna play down to the winner tomorrow. And we're gonna make it the best streaming day yet. Tarmo, after losing a big one there, with Ace King, of course that happens a lot. You have to take your flips and you have to win your flips to win a tournament. But you also have to put yourself in a position where you lose a couple of those flips, you're still in the tournament. 8-7 suited is a shove from Förendal, and I have never been more proud of Förendal. He takes the suited connector and he goes all in with it. After a couple of tight laydowns prior, he now has found the cojones. He takes the cojones, squeezes them and goes all in with 8-7 and gets rewarded with it. I love it. I love it. Eight-handed at this featured table. We are down to final 5 tables. What began with 81 eight-handed tables He's down to final 5. And Erik Femdal has been fighting with a short stack this whole day. He finally finds pocket 10s for a second time actually. And he's gonna go all in. I love the move. Less than 10 big blinds. You're gonna have to shove your strong hands and your weaker hands as well. So he's gonna go all in. It's a quick fold from pocket 5s. Nobody else has found anything to call with just yet. But maybe Kwok does. Kwok is asking for a count and looking at Oxley. That is kind of interesting. Meaning that he's very much and well aware of his surroundings. Thinking if he should take the race with King Queen.
137.
Finds the fold. Finds the fold with King Queen. And Oxley definitely is not gonna call. And Oxley is a very short stack now. He has 128,000, meaning he has 8 big blinds. Of course, not very is a bit of an over-exaggeration, but fairly short, let's say that. After the small blind goes through him, he's gonna be left with 7.5 big blinds. I'm getting kind of excited. I mean, finally kind of hit me that we are really getting close to that final day. Just 30 more minutes of that stream. So let's take the most of it. Ammel wants to take most of it, but cannot with Jack 8. Olaf Snildal wants to make most of it, cannot. Simon Förendal wants to make most of it, but cannot. Daniel Evert could have, but cannot with Queen Deuce. Kwok, he doesn't just want to make most of it, he is going to make most of it. He's gonna raise it up with Ace 6, makes it 35,000, and tells everybody, you guys want a tango? I'm here to tango. I have a little yin-yang tattoo. You don't want to mess with me. I am Kwok. And Femdal says, you don't want to mess with me. I am Erik Femdal. I'm from Norway. We have a lot of oil up in Norway. So I'ma oil it up and beat you in this spot. Probably not anything those players are actually saying, but that is a flop. That is good for Femdal. And he snap shoves it in Kwok's face. And Kwok is kind of confused here with Ace 6, but probably is gonna end up calling though. Morten, any list with players anywhere? Yes, you can go to coolbetopen.com to get that information. We have a live blog for you there, as well as live updates as well. So definitely go and visit coolbetopen.com for chip stacks and information of the outer tables.
126.
I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check the live blog. Actually, since we're streaming 30 minutes with a 30 minutes delay, I probably don't want to spoil myself, so I'm gonna stay away from coolbetopen.com. But ladies and gentlemen, you should do it. If you're worrying, if you have a friend in the field, if you have somebody you're rooting for, definitely who's at the outer tables, you can have the information from there. Kwok still hasn't called though. And the random dude just came over to my desk and just put a beer glass on top of it. What am I, ladies and gentlemen? Do I look like a barista?
For the moment I freeze the action, but now
Or a barman? Probably not a barista. I have worked as a barman though. I worked at quite a few places as a barman, let's say 10 to 15 years ago. Now, as an old man, I work as someone who watches other people play poker, commentates on their wits. I mean, it's half full or half empty, however you want to see see the world. One good news for you guys is like right after I'm finished, I've told you all day today that I really look forward to playing those side events. And since we're gonna finish a bit sooner today, I get a chance to play one of the side events. So I'm gonna do you guys proud. Just gonna go ahead and win the Hyper Turbo tournament. Shouldn't be that difficult. 10-minute levels blind live. Kuok's still thinking about it. Have to give it to Kuok for not calling just yet. But since there are flush draws out there and Kuok does not hold the diamond, I would assume that Kuok is going to end up calling there with the ace-6. No, he does not. He folds the ace-6. Wow, gets away from the worst hand. And I have a feeling Erik Femdal won the minimum here. Not to say I don't hate protecting your hand, but I really enjoy check raise shoving if you wanna go all in there, because the ace-high board is gonna be bet by Kuok all of the time. With the ace or without the ace, Kuok is gonna represent that ace, so at least try and get an extra bet out of your opponent, because if your opponent has a better hand, he's gonna bet anyway and you're gonna go all in anyway, so it's gonna be the same result. But if you go all in yourself, then you lose that one extra bet and you lose some value there. So Femdal, if you're listening to this, next time maybe adjust your strategy a little bit, because ace-high boards are definitely strong for the opener, and they usually get c-bet quite often. They're definitely over c-bet boards with ace-highs. Ace-6 now for Ferdendal. He's gonna go all in, and he's gonna get called. Simon Forendal will get called by Lee Kwok here. So ace-king suited for Lee Kwok. We just saw Darmo Dammel get quite unlucky with ace-king running into jacks, but this time the ace-king runs into ace-6 instead. The question is Kwok just gonna call here, or is he gonna just call and maybe try and get somebody behind him? And I am guessing it's just gonna be a re-raise or an isolation raise, because the rest of the field is mostly 500k deep at max, so you just gonna want to isolate all those pocket tens out of there. So probably an all-in from Kwok. No, just calls. But as it is, it's Simon Förrendal with a short stack all in against Kwok, who's been our biggest stack, most aggressive and active player. It's a 334k pot. It's a small pot, but it's an important pot for Simon Förrendal, and that flop all but seals the deal. Running sixes or running queen jack is the only chance Simon Förrendal can stay alive in this tournament. Can he hit his 6 queen or a jack on a turn? That is not a 6 queen or jack, meaning that we lose Simon Förrendal, who has been nursing the small stack for at least 3 hours now, and finally he gets eliminated in 35th place. He's gonna take home quite a bit of money, about 1.7 thousand euros for that. But that is the end of the road for the Swede. So we are down to 34. 34 and a dream. For 33 of those players, it will remain a dream. But for one of those players, this dream will come true tomorrow. One player is going to take home the trophy. It might be one of those players in front of you. It might just be Kuok from Sweden. And who is now up to 1 million in chips, ladies and gentlemen. We have our first player at our featured table to reach 1 million in chips. About twice the average of the tournament stack right now. And that is Akseli Valaja going all in now with ace 3. Does he find a customer? Probably does not want a customer with ace 3. Definitely would be happy to take that 40,000 from the middle and increase his chip stack with approximately 30%. Tarmo Tammel, 7 high, does not play that well against the 7.5 big blind all in. So he's gonna fold the 7 high. Would have probably called just a raise, you know, just to see the flop. 6-7 suited, kind of likes to get in the mix there. You can see Akseli Valaja still our shortest stack with 10 big blinds. Erik Femdal up to 13 big blinds now. Olaf Snildal with 18 big blinds, and it is a different story for Lee Kwok with 1 million in chips. Other than that, I mean, he's the only player above the tournament average. The rest of the players are way beyond it. I mean, Överström is not too much behind tournament average, but still. Couple of big blinds behind, but still with a very playable 33 big blind stack there. Mr. Evert, 8-6, has been very quiet. Akseli, ace-10, he's gonna ship it in. Can he get the blinds and antes one more time? If he's gonna get those blinds and antes, he's basically doubled up in the past 2 hands without ever even seeing a flop. But first he's gonna go all in. He's gonna make it look like he has a tough decision. And then he's gonna ship it in. So step 1 complete. Akseli is going all in with ace-10. And Erik Femdal, he's not gonna play with 6-3. And I have to say, there's something about Erik Femdal's demeanor that is just very pleasant to me. Just seems like a very pleasant person. Has this smile on his face, this very friendly look. So I have my new tournament favorite here. I'm rooting for Erik Femdal, so no matter what Erik Femdal does, I'm rooting for you. I hope Erik wins this one. He has been tight, he has been looking for his spots. But as it is, still in the tournament. So Team Femdal here. Sorry for not rooting for someone in particular. Of course I can still do my job, but all of a sudden I'm Team Femdal. Cock. Is he gonna call a cock on himself? I did a joke. That was a joke. You can expect that and more in tomorrow's stream. Cock instead is gonna wind himself up and raise. See, there's another one. You don't have to be an English speaker to have those jokes. Joking. It's in our blood. We're Estonians. We do jokes. Pocket kings for Akseli Valaja though. And Akseli now up to 200,000 in chips and finds himself with a very strong hand. I mean, he's gonna posture, he's gonna moisture, and he's gonna go all in. I mean, it's still 200k is still just 12 big blinds, so it's a perfect stack to shove all in with. So he's gonna do that. He's gonna go all in for 200,000. Gets one fold, gets another fold, gets a third fold from Tarmo Tammel's B button. And Olaf Snilldal, Mr. Snilldal, has found himself pocket queens, and there is 0% chance these chips are not gonna go in. It is going to be pocket queens against pocket kings, and Akseli is gonna be in a prime position to double up to tournament average. But before that, Olaf Snilldal has to make the call, which he will. He's gonna make it look like it's a tough decision, but it's pocket queens. It's a third best hand in poker. Your opponent is already all in. You're gonna go all in. And let's see, this is gonna be a cooler type situation here. Tanel is gonna get out of the way with his 6-4, as will Kwok with his ace-5. And it is Akseli Valaja in a very good position to double up to 476,000. Olaf Snilldal will have 60,000 left, but he can eliminate Akseli in 33rd place should he hit a queen, which will happen 20% of the time, every time. But is it gonna be this time? Akseli, most important pot of his tournament, yet that is a safe board, almost as safe as they come. Olaf can now hit running 10 and a 9 to make a straight though. Let's see the turn. The turn is the 7, meaning that kings are looking even better. Only a queen and a queen only eliminates Akseli Valaja in 33rd place. Can we see the river, which is a queen? Oh, baby, that hurts. Akseli Valaja is eliminated in 33rd place with kings against queens in the most painful fashion that you can be eliminated. Hitting the queen on the river, it's Olaf Snilldal who eliminates Akseli in 33rd place. And I mean, nothing you can do there. Nothing you can do if you have the queens, nothing you can do if you have the kings. This is somehow and sometimes how the cards just fall, but it doesn't hurt any less. It doesn't make any sense. Good hand for Olaf here. Meaning we are down to 31 players now, having lost one more player from the outer fields, getting ever closer to that final table. Whew. We need to collect ourselves. Pocket nice for Erik Femdal. Good for a raise. Oh no, it's not. It's good for a call from under the gun. He's just gonna limp in, but Team Femdal. Let's go, Femdal, let's go! He's gonna call for 16,000. Tarmo's gonna fold to Queen Jack against the limp, or yeah, it's a fold with Queen Jack against the limp there. Tanel ever thinking about things from the small blind, probably gonna complete from the small blind with King 9, and that gives Kwok a chance to see the flop for free should he elect to do so. He does have decent looking King Queen though, so he might want to isolate here. The thing is, the call from Femdal from under the gun is quite sneaky. Hello. But Kwok wants a chip count from Erik Femdal. I know, I mean, you always get those alarm bells going when early position with a short stack just limps in. very often it can be aces. It's usually a strong hand. This time it's nines, and Kwok decides to just check this one down. And let's see a flop three ways. Nine's in a very good position here because the king queen and king nine hold each other's outs, and gets a very safe board of 5, 5, and an 8. So an overpair for Femdal. I expect him to bet this one and just take this one down because the sneaky call from early position was looking strong enough anyway. So he's gonna bet 16,000, gets a fold from Daniel Evert, gets probably a fold from Kwok, but you never know. No, nay, 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 nay. Kwok has other thoughts in mind. He's going to raise it in Femdal's face. And if you're Team Femdal, you're loving this situation because I don't see Femdal folding here. I don't mind the raise from Kwok either because he's the only player probably who has fives in his range after the small blind folds. So he's gonna raise it up, and Femdal instantly calls the 24k extra. And another 5 on a turn makes it even better for Femdal now because it's super unlikely now for Kwok to have a 5. So Kwok is gonna check, Femdal's gonna check behind his nines. Gives his opponent the chance to hit a king or a queen, but he does not. So full house, 5s full of 9s for Erik Femdal. Kwok with 3 of a kind king queen kicker. Checks it over one more time, and Team Femdal checks it back and takes down a pot worth 144,000. Kwok closes a small one, but still healthy with 933k. So a couple more hands and the new player at this featured table. We are down to 30 players. So seat 6 has been taken by a new player from one of our outer tables. And Överström is gonna start things off from under the gun. Let's see if Överström can manage to pick up another monster here. Not this time, it's 8-3 off. Neither does Tammel. With his 4 deuce, he's gonna fold. But Olaf Snildal, the man with pocket queens, the man loved by every single lady, especially the river ladies, he picks up ace king this time, and he's gonna come in with a raise. Gets a fold from a new player, Aldrius. And Kwok now with ace 10. Finds another decent strength hand. And it's interesting to see how he approaches this situation. Does he call? Does he 3-bet? It's a late position raise. You are playing out of position from the small blind. Instead, he folds. He gets away without putting any more chips in the pot from the ace 10 and doesn't lose a single extra chip to Olaf Snildal, who, to be fair, has been by far, okay, not by far, it's Snildal and seat number 2 who have been by far the tightest players. So maybe they can start using that tight image in this tournament and try and open up a few pots a bit lighter there, because you can get a lot of respect from players. As you can see, ace-10 hits the muck without thinking too much about it. Six minutes remaining until we finish the stream today. Still have 30 players remaining. Once we come back tomorrow, we are gonna be down to final 16. I want to use that time to thank each and every one of you for staying with us all day today, for chatting with us in YouTube chat. I appreciate all of you. We still have some poker to be played. At least a couple more hands, I guess. And it's Kuok this time coming in with a raise. Comes in with a raise from the button against two of the tighter players. Gets rid of one. Probably gonna get rid of two. Yes, he will. Takes the blinds and antes. Adds another 40,000. I mean, if Kuok loses those small pots post-flop, he will just take the lost chips back by just raising pre-flop as often as he does. And players haven't played back at him too often, so it's kind of a free roll if you play that many hands. If players fold that often, you just either take the blinds and antes, or if somebody wants to see a flop, you can also, I mean, you can afford to lose a couple of those hands. And sometimes you win those and you just add chips and add chips and add chips until somebody finds their cojones and starts raising back at you. Of course, we are getting so close to final table. Nobody wants to make too many mistakes. So Olaf Snilldal is going to avoid making a mistake here, as will the next two players. Kuok is not too worried. He's not too worried. He's thinking about it with Queen 7. Comes in with another raise. I mean, this man, I love this man, Kuok here. Kuok from Sweden has been adjusting to this featured table by far the best. He is playing nice and aggressive. And Tarmo Tammel has been fighting whenever he gets a chance to fight. And pocket five's definitely a chance to fight. You can elect to call and play some flops here. But Kuok is looking menacing. So Tammel just calls. Wants to see the flop heads up with a small pocket pair. 104,000 in the middle. See a queen in there in the window, so queen 8 deuce, very good flop for Kuok here, flopping top pair with a weak kicker, but out flopping Tammel nevertheless. And we've seen Kuok being very aggressive in these situations before. That is a large bet. No, that is not a large bet. I think I thought I heard for 80,000. But instead it's 40,000, and let's see how Tammel plays it. I mean, I would be surprised to see Tammel fold it. I mean, there's plenty of hands you still beat with pocket fives here, but the problem for fives here, especially for fives without a club, is that you don't really have good runouts. You're not gonna enjoy a club on a turn. Most of the cards are gonna be overcards. You might already be behind, so Tammel thought about calling and then thinks better of it and folds his queens and gets away from the weaker pair. Nice fold from Tammel. And Jerkku says, "Rip Axel, he's my friend." Axel, if you're out there, you played fantastically. And your friend Jerkku is proud of you. Last hand before we finish this stream, so let's make it an exciting one. It is going to be our new player to open things up here. Audrius Navickas from Lithuania. He's gonna start up by folding. Daniel Evert with king 5 probably. Gonna fold as well. Yes, he will. Where do you originate from, commentator? As you pronounce the Finnish names almost flawless. Thank you, Simon. I'm from Estonia, so we are the little sister of Finland. And to be fair, I used to work for a while in a Finnish cruise ship. So I worked as a karaoke isäntä and got my experience with Finnish names and a little bit of Finnish language there. Tarmo Tammel is just waiting for the clock to run out so he can go on a break after this hand. He doesn't want to play another hand and run into the break. He wants to use his full 20 minutes of break time, so he's going to fold, meaning that we are going to end the stream here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. You can see there's still 30 players remaining, but when we come back, players are gonna continue on playing. But once we come back tomorrow, there is gonna be final 2 tables. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Time. Be sure to come back here. Press that subscribe button here at YouTube because it's free and you get a notification once we go live because it's gonna be an exciting one. Hopefully you have some friends, some favorite players you want to root for, and hopefully you gotta enjoy the commentary as well. My name has been Christian Laas and my name continues to be Christian Laas, but I'm gonna go and play some side events and see you guys tomorrow. Until then, ciao.